Chapter 15, Stealth Boarding of the Iron Tide. The submerged speedboat's muffled engine barely made a ripple as Lu Chen steered it out from the cliffside hidden garage, gliding low across the ocean surface to park behind a jagged volcanic rock outcrop 50 meters from the island's private fuel pier. Dusk had fully fallen, thick indigo night swallowing the sky, only faint starlight glinting off the yacht's polished black hull as the Iron Tide slowly drifted into dock position, its anchor chain clanking loudly to drop and secure the vessel to the pier's metal pilings. 4 mercenary crew members disembarked onto the wooden fuel pier immediately, armed with assault rifles, splitting into 2 pairs to patrol the dock's perimeter while the yacht's engineering team began running thick rubber fuel hoses from the shore storage tanks up to the ship's rear engine compartments. A single sentry stood stationary at the starboard rear maintenance hatch, the unarmored weak point Suwan had identified from the blueprints, his back turned to the cliff rock hiding Lu Chen and Suwan's speedboat. "Shift rotation hits in exactly 7 minutes, Suwan whispered, checking the digital tactical watch strapped to her wrist. "The current sentry will head to the mess hall for a meal break, replaced by a new guard who takes 10 full minutes to reach this hatch from the middle deck crew quarters. That's our narrow boarding window." Lu Chen gripped the grappling hook launcher mounted to the speedboat's bow, calibrating its tension to cast the steel cable straight up to the maintenance hatch's metal railing once the sentry departed. He kept his submachine gun resting low across his lap, suppressor fully attached, ready to neutralize any unexpected crew members who wandered into their boarding path. The 7 minutes ticked by in tense silence, the only sounds the distant clank of fuel pumps, the crash of small waves against the pier pilings, and the low chatter of patrolling dock mercenaries drifting across the water. Precisely as Suwan's watch hit the mark, the sentry posted at the rear hatch stretched his shoulders, slung his rifle over one shoulder, and tramped toward the yacht's central stairwell to report for his meal break. The hatch stood completely unguarded. "Now," Lu Chen muttered, squeezing the grappling launcher's trigger. The steel hook arced upward through the dark air, catching firm around the maintenance hatch's metal safety railing with a quiet metallic clink. He tugged the cable once to test its hold, then gestured Suwan to climb the taut line first, gripping the steel rope to pull herself upward toward the yacht's rear hull. She scaled the cable in quick, steady movements, rubber tactical gloves gripping the braided steel to avoid slipping on salt-slicked metal. Once she reached the hatch's open metal frame, she slipped silently inside the dark maintenance compartment, dropping flat to the compartment's metal floor to signal Lu Chen up behind her. He followed seconds later, retracting the grappling hook and coiling the cable to stow it inside his tactical vest before sliding the maintenance hatch's metal panel shut behind them, locking it with a small internal bolt to block any incoming crew from discovering their entry point. The tiny maintenance compartment reeked of hot engine oil and diesel fumes, lined with tangled mechanical piping and spare ship parts stacked against the walls. A narrow metal ladder bolted to the compartment's ceiling led upward to a locked metal door marking the entry to the yacht's middle deck crew hallways. Lu Chen picked the lock with his compact decoder tool in 3 seconds, pushing the door open a crack to listen for movement on the other side. Muffled laughter and the clink of beer bottles echoed down the corridor. Most of the 4-man crew squad on active shift were gathered in the middle deck mess hall, leaving the hallways sparsely patrolled with only 2 roaming sentries at either end of the ship's central passage. "Split up here per the plan," Lu Chen ordered, nodding toward the 2 separate stairwells branching off the corridor. "I take the left stairwell to the top deck bridge to disable the self-destruct panel. You take the right stairwell straight up to Rayner's private master suite. Secure the duplicate hard drives and lift his thumbprint for the gold safe. Meet back at the rear maintenance hatch extraction point in 90 minutes maximum, whether you've finished your objective or not." Suwan nodded, clutching the silicone palm print molding kit tight in her palm, and slipped down the right hallway toward the upward stairwell, her footsteps silent on the yacht's carpeted flooring. Lu turned left, moving low against the corridor wall to avoid a surveillance camera mounted to the ceiling, his submachine gun raised and ready for any roaming sentry who crossed his path. He reached the top-deck bridge stairwell without encountering a single guard, the narrow carpeted staircase leading straight up to the navigation control room where the yacht's steering, communication, and self-destruct systems were all centralized. 2 armed mercenaries stood posted outside the bridge's heavy glass door, leaning against the wall scrolling through cell phones, their assault rifles slung loosely over their shoulders. Lu Chen pulled a flashbang grenade from his harness, removing the safety pin and rolling it down the hallway carpet toward the 2 sentries. The blinding white blast detonated at their feet, sending both men stumbling backward screaming, their vision and hearing completely overwhelmed by the disorienting shock wave. Lu Chen surged forward in 2 long strides, striking each sentry's wrist to knock their rifles free before landing precise elbow blows to their temples, dropping both unconscious to the carpet without a single gunshot fired to alert the rest of the crew. He dragged their limp bodies into an unused storage closet beside the bridge entrance, sliding a metal cabinet in front of the closet door to hide them, then pushed the glass bridge door open and stepped inside the empty navigation room. The wide space was lined with glowing digital navigation screens, radar monitors, and a large red-lit control panel bolted to the central console. This was the self-destruct system Raynor could activate to sink the entire vessel at any time. Lu Chen crossed to the panel and pulled a small specialized electronic disabler tool from his vest, plugging its data cord into the panel's external access port. The tool ran a rapid system override algorithm, locking the self-destruct controls permanently and cutting all power to the hull's explosive charge wiring. A small green light flickered on the panel to confirm the system was fully neutralized. Raynor no longer held the ability to scuttle the yacht and destroy all evidence aboard. With the primary catastrophic threat eliminated, Lu Chen turned to rush back down the stairwell to rendezvous with Suwan, when a sudden loud alarm blared across every speaker system on the ship, shrill and unrelenting. A red warning flash strobed across every navigation screen in the bridge. Unauthorized breach detected on top-deck private quarters. All crew converge on master suite immediately. Intruders sighted, shoot to kill. Raynor had discovered Suwan inside his private suite. Lu Chen grabbed his submachine gun and sprinted back down the top-deck stairwell 3 steps at a time, the sound of dozens of mercenary boots thundering up the middle-deck corridors growing louder by the second. Whatever confrontation had broken out in the master suite, Suwan was now trapped alone with Raynor and a rapidly closing squad of armed crew members, and he had only minutes to reach her before they were both surrounded and outgunned. Chapter 16, Confrontation in the Master Suite. Lu Chen burst onto the top-deck main hallway, submachine gun raised, and sprinted toward the far end of the corridor where Raynor's private master suite was located. The heavy oak suite door hung wide open, splintered around the lock frame, and the sound of shouting and struggling metal clattering echoed out into the hallway. He rounded the doorway to find the room in chaos. Suwan had been cornered against the floor-to-ceiling ocean view windows, her silicone palm print kit scattered across the carpet beside her feet, one of Raynor's hunting knives pressed inches from her throat as the trafficker pinned her back against the glass. Raynor's shaved scalp glistened with sweat, a wild, unhinged fury twisting his scarred face, his free hand clamped tight around Suwan's wrist to lock her in place. 3 mercenary crew members stood 10 feet back, assault rifles raised and pointed directly at Suwan's chest, waiting for Raynor's order to pull the trigger. "Drop the weapon, or I slice her throat open right here," Raynor snarled, pressing the knife's sharp edge harder against Suwan's jugular, drawing a thin line of bright red blood down her neck. "I know exactly who you 2 are. The intruders who burned my Haven's Reach vault, stole my ledgers, killed dozens of my men. You think you can track me across open ocean and walk away alive? Lu Chen froze in the suite doorway, his submachine gun leveled straight at Raynor's skull, careful not to make any sudden movements that might trigger the trafficker to cut Suwan's throat. Release her. You have no self-destruct system to sink the yacht anymore, no backup cash reserves to rebuild your network once we seize the gold and duplicate hard drives. Surrender peacefully, and federal authorities will offer you a formal extradition trial instead of a body dumped overboard into the ocean. Raynor let out a harsh, mocking laugh, his grip on the knife never loosening. Trial. I've bribed judges and politicians across 4 continents. Even if I stand in a courtroom, I walk free within 48 hours. You two only delayed my business, not ended it. I have new shell accounts hidden deep in neutral tax havens you'll never trace, fresh mercenary recruits waiting to replace the men you killed in Haven's Reach. He tilted his head toward the 3 armed crew members behind him, barking a sharp order. Take his weapon first. If he moves, shoot the woman's legs to cripple her, then bring him to me alive. I want to watch him beg before I feed both of you to the sharks after we set sail again. One mercenary stepped forward cautiously, rifle still aimed at Suwan, and began to cross the suite's carpet toward Lu Chen to disarm him. Lu Chen's eyes darted quickly across the room, calculating every possible escape window, every angle to take down the 3 crew members without endangering Suwan's life. Bolted to the wall beside the bed stood the steel safe holding the duplicate trafficking hard drives and gold bullion access codes. The digital storage drive sat stacked on the vanity desk beside the window, inches from Suwan's trapped elbow. A sudden sharp movement from Suwan threw Raynor off balance. She slammed her free palm hard into the trafficker's ribcage, driving her elbow backward into his kidney to break his grip on her wrist. Raynor roared in pain, the hunting knife slipping loose from his fingers and clattering to the carpet as he stumbled backward 2 paces, clutching his side in agony. The split-second distraction was all Lu Chen needed. He squeezed the trigger of his submachine gun in 3 rapid suppressed bursts, each shot striking a mercenary crew member square in the chest before they could adjust their aim to fire back. All 3 men collapsed motionless to the carpet, their assault rifles clattering beside their bodies. Raynor recovered from the blow to his ribs, diving for a spare loaded pistol tucked beneath the mattress of his king-size bed, but Lu Chen crossed the suite in a single long stride, tackling the trafficker to the carpet before his fingers could close around the gun's grip. They crashed into the wooden vanity desk beside the window, sending stacks of shipping documents and encrypted hard drives sliding across the glass surface to clatter onto the floor. A brutal hand-to-hand struggle erupted across the suite's wool carpet. Raynor relied on raw brute strength from decades of mercenary combat, throwing wild heavy punches toward Lu Chen's jaw and ribs, while Lu countered with tight, precise special forces takedown strikes designed to disable joints and cripple movement without wasting lethal shots. Raynor landed a heavy fist to Lu Chen's already bandaged collarbone, reopening the warehouse fire wound beneath his tactical vest. Searing pain shot down his left arm, but he refused to let the injury slow his counterattack. He drove his knee hard into Raynor's dislocated shoulder, an old combat scar the trafficker had carried for years, twisting the joint until a sickening pop echoed through the suite. Raynor screamed in agony, his fighting strength draining instantly as his arm went limp at his side. Lu Chen pinned him face down against the carpet, yanking a roll of heavy military zip ties from his vest pocket to bind his wrists and ankles tight behind his back, rendering him completely immobile. Suwan stumbled away from the window, clutching the shallow bleeding cut on her neck, and crossed to the vanity desk to gather the scattered duplicate hard drives, tucking all of them into her waterproof storage pouch alongside the 3 primary USB drives seized from the Haven's Reach vault. She then grabbed the silicone palm print molding kit from the carpet beside Raynor's limp hand, pressing the soft mold flat against his uninjured thumb to capture a full biometric print for the gold bullion safe bolted to the wall. All duplicate digital evidence secured, Suwon reported, wiping blood from her neck with a clean cloth pulled from the bathroom attached to the suite. I have Raynor's thumbprint now to open the gold storage safe on the bottom deck. Once we seize the bullion reserves, every financial pipeline of Iron Fist will be fully cut off. Lu Chen pressed a sterile trauma bandage from his medical kit against his reopened collarbone wound, wrapping it tight to stem the fresh bleeding, then hauled the bound, screaming Raynor to his feet by the back of his tactical shirt. We moved down to the bottom deck engine storage hold to seize the gold bullion, then returned to the rear maintenance hatch speedboat for extraction before the remaining yacht crew mobilized to surround this top deck wing. Raynor spat curses over his shoulder as Lu Chen dragged him toward the suite doorway, his voice thick with unbridled rage. This isn't over. There's a third Iron Fist splinter cell operating out of a northern continental city, led by my old partner. They hold stockpiles of weapons and billions in hidden cash you'll never find. You take me down, they'll double their arms shipments and burn every town within their territory to the ground. Lu Chen's footsteps paused in the hallway, his jaw tightening. A third splinter cell, completely unmentioned in all the vault ledgers they'd copied back in Haven's Reach. A new, unforeseen threat lurking far beyond the ocean's horizon, waiting to step into the power vacuum left by Raynor's capture. He pushed the thought to the back of his mind for the moment, shoving Raynor forward down the stairwell toward the bottom deck engine hold. They would deal with the hidden third cell once they secured the gold bullion and safely returned to the island's safe house with all the trafficking evidence in hand. Chapter 17, Seizing the Gold Bullion and Yacht Evacuation. The bottom deck of the Iron Tide reeked of diesel fuel and cold seawater, wide concrete storage bays branching off the central engine room, steel bulkheads separating each locked cargo compartment. The gold bullion storage hold sat at the far end of the deck, a thick reinforced steel door fitted with the same dual lock system Raynor had used for his Haven's Reach cash vault, 6-digit coded keypad paired with a biometric thumb scanner. Suwon pulled the silicone mold holding Raynor's thumbprint from her pouch and pressed it flush against the scanner's glass surface, while Lu input the 6-digit offshore transaction code she'd decoded weeks prior from the vault wire transfer logs. The scanner whirred, flashing a bright blue confirmation light, and the massive steel door slid sideways open with a low hydraulic hiss, revealing the gold reserve hold hidden deep beneath the yacht's hull. Stacked metal shipping crates lined every wall of the bunker, each crate filled with polished solid gold bars wrapped in protective anti-tarnish plastic. The total volume of bullion stretched waist-high across the entire 30-meter storage space, enough untraceable wealth to fund a medium-sized private army and global arms smuggling network for decades without external cartel clients or bribe payments from corrupt officials. This was Raynor's final fail-safe backup fund, the last lifeline he'd planned to use to rebuild Iron Fist if his Haven's Reach operation was dismantled. Suwon pulled a small portable incendiary charge from Lu Chen's tactical harness, programming a 2-hour delay timer before sticking the magnetic adhesive backing to the largest stack of gold crates. Once we evacuate the yacht, this charge will ignite and melt every bar of bullion stored aboard. Without this reserve wealth, even the third splinter cell Raynor mentioned lacks the funding to expand their weapons trafficking operations on a large scale. Lu Chen nodded, dragging the bound Raynor into the gold hold and propping him against a stack of empty metal shipping crates, out of reach of the timed explosive charge. You'll remain here under guard until the yacht's refueling window expires. The local maritime patrol boats will board the vessel once the fisherman alerts regional authorities to the smuggling ship's presence at the island pier. They'll transfer you to international federal custody to await extradition to Newport for trial on dozens of arms trafficking, bribery, and murder charges. Raynor bared his teeth in a vicious snarl, straining against the zip ties binding his wrists and ankles. The third cell leader knows your face, Raven 1. He's been hunting you ever since Voss was locked away in Newport's federal detention facility. You think destroying my gold and vaults will stop him? He's already moving shipments into your home city's underground crime rings as we speak. Lu Chen ignored the taunt, turning to Suwan to signal their evacuation back to the rear maintenance hatch. We have all critical evidence: primary vault ledgers, duplicate yacht hard drives, biometric proof of Rayner's bribery networks, and the gold reserve marked for destruction. Our mission against Iron Fist's overseas arm is complete for now. We return to the island bunker to upload all remaining yacht data to the Federal Task Force servers, then plan our next move to track down the hidden third splinter cell Rayner just revealed. They exited the gold bullion hold, letting the steel vault door slide shut and relock automatically behind them, and hurried back up the bottom deck hallway toward the rear maintenance compartment where their stealth speedboat waited anchored to the hull's exterior railing. Halfway up the metal stairwell leading to the middle deck, distant heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor above. Dozens of the yacht's remaining mercenary crew members had regrouped after hearing the sweet gunfire, mobilizing to sweep every lower deck storage bay to hunt down the intruders. Cut through the engine room to circle their patrol route, Lu Chen ordered, pulling Suwan sideways into a narrow mechanical service passage lined with thick fuel piping. They're sweeping the main hallways top to bottom. The engine room's narrow service tunnels will let us loop around their search formation and reach the rear hatch undetected. They sprinted through the dimly lit engine room, weaving between massive churning diesel engines and tangled fuel lines, the deafening roar of machinery drowning out the sound of their rubber boots on the metal floor. Two stray mercenary crew members stood posted beside the engine control panel, drinking bottled water and talking casually, unaware the intruders were hidden behind a wall of metal piping only meters away. Lu Chen pulled a pair of small silent tranquilizer darts from his medical kit, firing one at each sentry's neck from a compact handheld dart pistol. Both men collapsed to the metal floor unconscious within 3 seconds, never managing to shout an alarm. They slipped past the fallen sentries and reached the rear maintenance compartment minutes later, unbolting the hatch's internal lock and climbing back down the grappling steel cable to their waiting stealth speedboat bobbing in the ocean waves below the yacht's hull. Lu Chen hauled the grappling hook back aboard the small craft, coiling the cable tight and stowing it beneath the front seating bench, then fired up the muffled outboard motor to glide silently away from the Iron Tide's docked hull. Suwan turned to stare back at the massive black yacht as they pulled away across the dark ocean, the faint glow of its deck lights shrinking behind them against the island's volcanic cliff silhouette. We destroyed his cash vault, seized all digital trafficking records, captured Rayner, and set his gold reserve to burn. The only remaining threat is this unknown third splinter cell he warned us about. Lu Chen steered the speedboat back toward the hidden cliff cove where the concrete bunker was buried, his gaze fixed on the endless stretch of open water stretching toward the distant continental mainland where the third Iron Fist cell operated. Once we finish uploading all yacht evidence to the federal servers tonight, we'll cross-reference every name, shipping log, and financial trail we've seized to dig up the identity and location of this splinter cell's leader. We can't leave a fully armed, funded trafficking ring operating unmonitored to flood civilian cities with weapons. The speedboat's muffled engine hummed across the calm ocean waves, carrying them back to the safety of the remote island bunker, but the quiet relief of completing their cross-border objective was overshadowed by the new, looming threat Rayner had exposed. The war against Iron Fist was far from finished. There was one final, deadlier cell waiting to be dismantled, and it operated within the same Newport city Lu Chen had once tried to call his quiet civilian home. Chapter 18, Evidence Upload and the Third Splinter Cell Lead. The stealth speedboat sliced through the midnight ocean swells, low and silent, its muffled engine barely stirring the black water. Behind them, the luxury yacht Iron Tide remained anchored at the island's fuel pier, its remaining mercenary crew still sweeping deck after deck in a frantic, disorganized manhunt. They had their captive leader, their breached security, their burned vault funds, and their doomed gold reserve, but they had no intruders. Lu Chen steered the boat back into the cliff-shielded cove, killing the engine entirely 200 meters out and letting the tide carry them the rest of the way. The last thing they needed was a stray patrol ear catching the hum of motors and tracing their hideout. Suwan sat rigid on the starboard bench, her fingers brushing the sealed waterproof pouch around her neck. Inside rested every smoking gun of the past 2 months, the original Havens Reach vault ledgers, the yacht's duplicate hard drives, cartel client manifests, bribe spreadsheets, offshore shell company trees, and Rayner's biometric data. The evidence stack was enough to take down dozens of transnational criminals, corrupt port officials, and arms brokerage networks across 3 continents. Yet none of it quieted the cold knot forming in her chest. "He wasn't bluffing," she said quietly, staring at the distant pinprick lights of the Irontide. "The third cell exists. He taunted us with it because he knew we'd only just found out. All our data, all our raids, we never saw a trace of it." Lu Chen's jaw tightened as he tied the speedboat's mooring line to the submerged rock cleat. The motion pulled at his freshly reopened collarbone wound, the bandage already damp with seeping blood, but he ignored the pain entirely. Pain was familiar. Unseen enemies were not. "Because it was never meant to be seen," he replied. Voss ran the domestic Newport crew. Rayner ran the overseas smuggling hub. The third cell is the core, the cleanup crew, the deep finance layer, the final reserve they keep off every ledger. The one that survives when the outer branches burn. They climbed silently back up the vine-twisted volcanic trail to the concrete cliff bunker. The tropical night air hung thick and humid, salt mingling with the earthy rot of fallen palm fronds. Insects hummed in the dark foliage, but the island felt empty, sterile, abandoned by humanity, a perfect black site for off-books operations. Lu Chen sealed the steel blast door shut behind them, locking it with a dual-key deadbolt system that eliminated all physical breach risk. Inside, the bunker's fluorescent lights flickered steady, casting harsh white over the tactical gear, medical station, and towering satellite server terminal. Suwan immediately moved to the main console, unzipping her neck pouch and laying all encrypted USB drives and hard disks onto the data transfer tray. The satellite link locked onto a secure offshore agency server, and a massive file upload window popped open across the screen, thousands of terabytes of financial and shipping records beginning to stream away from the island bunker. "The upload will take 14 hours to finish fully," she explained, tapping the progress bar. "Once complete, the entire Federal Anti-Trafficking Task Force back in Newport gains unrestricted access to every bribe, shipment, and client contract we recovered. Voss's trial, Rayner's extradition hearings, all the corrupt port officials in Havens Reach, every case gets ironclad evidence." Lu Chen crossed to the medical station, peeling away the soaked bandage wrapped around his collarbone. The reopened gash oozed dark red blood, the skin around it swollen and inflamed from repeated combat strain. He pulled sterile gauze, antiseptic, and heavy medical tape from a metal storage tray, dabbing the wound clean with sharp disinfectant without flinching. Suwan stepped over the moment she finished configuring the upload protocols, snatching the supplies from his hands to rebandage the injury properly. "You'll tear this open again if you keep rushing into close quarters fights," she chided, her tone soft despite the sharp edge of worry. "This scar from the warehouse fire never fully healed, and now you've split it wide open a second time. If we track this third cell back to Newport, you can't afford a disabling injury mid-mission." Lu Chen said nothing, letting her work. Her gentle, precise movements stood in stark contrast to the bloodshed they'd waded through together across 2 countries, a quiet civilian warmth he hadn't realized he'd missed after 6 years of isolated, lonely hiding. Once she finished securing a thick fresh bandage over his shoulder, he returned to the satellite terminal, pulling up every scrap of captured data tagged with coded references to a hidden internal Iron Fist leadership unit. Raynor mentioned the cell operates in a northern continental city, targeting Newport's underground gangs with fresh arms shipments, Lu Chen murmured, scrolling through hundreds of redacted transaction logs. All his most secret offshore wire transfers route through a single untraceable holding firm registered under a blank name, no corporate address, no public board members, only a single encrypted satellite communication line linked back to our original home city. Suwon leaned over the monitor, scrolling backward through years of archived financial trails she'd copied from the Haven's Reach vault. She isolated a string of repeated coded payment markers buried beneath millions of irrelevant transactions, a sequence entirely separate from the codes Voss and Raynor had used to label their own crews. "This is a separate internal payment cipher," she said, highlighting the numbers in bright yellow. "Every quarterly transfer to this holding firm is 10 times larger than the bribes paid to port officials or mercenary squads. Whoever leads the third cell controls the entire Iron Fist budget." Voss and Raynor were only regional subordinates reporting upward to this unknown commander. Lu Chen pulled his old Raven Squadron classified mission archives from the waterproof hard drive he'd carried all the way from Newport, cross-referencing known arms trafficker aliases against the coded payment IDs Suwon had uncovered. After an hour of layered algorithmic cross-checking, a faded black and white military mugshot loaded onto the screen, a man with a scar slicing horizontally across his left cheek, a familiar cold, hollow stare identical to Voss and Raynor's. Elias Varden. Lu Chen read the name printed beneath the photograph, his voice dropping to a low, grim tone. Former Raven Squadron Command Strategist, the handler who oversaw our entire Central Asian village operation 6 years ago, the botched raid that killed dozens of unarmed civilians and pushed me to discharge from the unit. Suwon's eyes widened in shock. The agency's own handler built Iron Fist from the shadows. He sent you and Voss on classified missions to seize weapons caches, then quietly redirected those same arms to build his private smuggling empire behind military oversight's back. Exactly, Lu Chen confirmed, scrolling through Elias's archived service records. He falsified intelligence reports to send us into civilian villages filled with hidden insurgent weapons stockpiles, all to seize crates of firearms he would later funnel to his own growing criminal network. When Voss defected and began independent operations in Newport, Elias let him run free as a disposable frontline pawn. Raynor's overseas hub existed solely to move bulk arms across oceans under Elias's silent control. The second either regional cell was compromised, Elias would abandon them without hesitation and activate his hidden third splinter cell to rebuild. A sudden encrypted incoming call buzzed the satellite terminal's communication panel, the caller ID marked as Anonymous Federal Task Force Headquarters back in Newport. Lu Chen hit the accept button, a gruff, exhausted federal agent's voice crackling through the speakers. Raven 1, we've received partial data streams from your island upload server, enough to lock down Voss's entire domestic casino and loan shark racket. Raynor's yacht is now boarded by International Maritime Enforcement, his mercenary crew is in custody, and the timed gold bullion charges detonated as scheduled, wiping out his offshore reserve funds. But we've uncovered a massive mole buried deep within the National Anti-Trafficking Agency. Multiple high-level case files targeting Iron Fist have been erased from internal servers over the past 3 years. Our internal audit traced the unauthorized data deletions back to Elias Varden, a former military liaison consultant contracted to our task force. Lu Chen's expression hardened. Elias is the third cell's leader, operating out of Newport's Northern Industrial District. he's already flooding the city's street gangs with fresh military-grade firearms to fill the gap left after we burned Voss's warehouse. The agent's sigh echoed over the line, heavy with defeat. We can't deploy official SWAT or federal tactical teams to move against him. Elias has blackmail files on over a dozen senior federal officials, photos, and bribe records he's held onto for years to shut down any formal investigation targeting his operation. Any official raid will be leaked within minutes, and he'll detonate hidden explosive stockpiles planted across the northern industrial zone to kill hundreds of innocent civilians as retaliation. Then we handle it off the books, Lu Chen replied flatly. Send 2 civilian travel documents for Suwon and me, commercial flight tickets back to Newport's International Airport within 24 hours. No agency backup, no official recognition, no paper trail linking federal forces to our infiltration of Elias's compound. Understood, the agent agreed. We'll leave the forged biometric passports and flight boarding passes in the original West Harbor Locker Bay 17 you used months ago. We can supply one final compact weapons cache hidden inside a downtown storage unit once you land back in the city. Beyond that, you two operate entirely alone. If Elias's third cell collapses, the entire Iron Fist transnational network dies with him. If you fail, there is no second chance. The call cut off abruptly, static hissing across the speakers before the line went fully dead. Suwon closed the satellite data upload window for a moment, turning to face Lu Chen with quiet resolve etched into her features. We're heading back to Newport, the city where all this started, she said. Elias built every layer of this trafficking ring from the beginning, using the military's own resources against innocent civilians. We shut down his regional branches overseas, now we cut off the head of the snake. Lu Chen nodded, glancing at the island bunker's wall map marked with a flight route back to the mainland's major international airport. The quiet civilian life he'd tried to carve out 2 years prior was long gone, buried beneath layers of blood, betrayal, and arms trafficking corruption. But this time, he would not walk away from the fight until every last thread of Iron Fist was burned to ash. Over the next 14 hours, they split their time between rest, weapons maintenance, and combing through thousands of newly uploaded Elias Varden records to map his northern industrial compound's defenses. Suwon isolated every offshore payment Elias had used to bribe local police, city inspectors, and gang leaders controlling the northern district's streets, compiling a full list of corrupt contacts he could deploy as human shields during a raid. Lu Chen stripped, cleaned, and tested every firearm in the bunker armory, packing a minimal, silent loadout for their return to the city, discarding heavy long-range weaponry unsuitable for tight urban industrial hallways and crowded warehouse alleyways. Once the satellite data upload hit 100% completion, they locked down the entire cliff bunker, triggering a remote data wipe protocol that erased every trace of their stay from the server terminals, then boarded the fisherman's gray fishing boat to sail back toward the mainland's international airport, the remote island safe house shrinking into a tiny gray speck behind them on the endless blue ocean. Chapter 19, Homecoming, a poisoned Newport City. The commercial passenger jet touched down on Newport International Airport's tarmac at sunset 3 days later, the sky streaked deep orange and purple above the city's iconic neon skyline. Lu Chen kept his hood pulled low over his face, a loose gray civilian sweatshirt replacing his tactical gear, Suwon walking one step beside him in a plain cotton dress, the waterproof evidence pouch containing all backup digital drives hidden sewn into the lining of her crossbody bag. Customs agents scanned their forged biometric passports without suspicion, the paperwork clean, untraceable to any federal or military black operation. They slipped out of the airport's main arrivals terminal and hailed an unmarked civilian taxi to the downtown waterfront, where Locker Bay 17 waited to hold their flight tickets and pre-staged city weapons cache keys as promised by the federal task force agent. The second they stepped foot back onto Newport City streets, a tangible shift hung thick in the air. The usual bustle of commuters, cafe patrons, and waterfront tourists carried an undercurrent of quiet fear. News tickers scrolling across every street-side digital billboard blared non-stop headlines: gang shootings surge in Northern Industrial District, military-grade firearms recovered at crime scenes, unknown arms ring floods local neighborhoods, multiple civilian casualties reported. Suwon stared at the scrolling headlines as they walked along the harbor boardwalk, her jaw tight with frustration. Elias wasted no time filling the power vacuum after Voss's arrest. Every weapon we destroyed in the warehouse fire has been replaced 10 times over by his third cell's shipments. Lu Chen did not reply, his eyes automatically mapping every surveillance camera, uniformed patrol officer, and unmarked sedan idling along the waterfront curb. Old Raven Squadron instinct permanently burned into his nervous system, impossible to turn off even after 6 years of civilian hiding. He unlocked Locker Bay 17 with the coded phrase, retrieving 2 sealed manila envelopes holding their flight home receipts and a small brass key stamped with a downtown storage unit number, the location of their urban hidden weapons cache. They hailed a second taxi to the downtown self-storage facility, paying cash to rent a private back row unit hidden far from security camera sight lines. Inside the locked storage bay sat a compact black duffel bag holding 2 suppressed pistols, lightweight bulletproof vests, lockpick tools, thermal vision mini scanners, timed distraction grenades, and a single combat knife, each minimal, discreet gear built for urban stealth infiltration without drawing excessive attention from city police patrols. After securing the tactical gear in Suwon's rented downtown short-term apartment, a small high-rise unit overlooking the Central River with no link smart devices or municipal security logs, they spread a full city map of the Northern Industrial Zone across the living room coffee table, marking Elias Vardan's primary headquarters compound with a thick red marker. Elias's base occupied an abandoned steel manufacturing plant, a sprawling 4-story concrete factory surrounded by 20-foot razor wire fencing, 6 manned watchtowers with permanent sniper sentries, hidden underground tunnel networks connecting separate storage warehouses, and multiple vehicle entry points guarded by armed mercenary checkpoints staffed by Elias's private third cell troops. Local city inspectors had been fully bribed to ignore the constant gunfire, heavy cargo truck traffic, and suspicious black shipping containers moving in and out of the factory grounds 24 hours a day. Elias's main stockpile of new weapons sits in the factory's underground basement level, Suwon explained, tapping the map's highlighted basement marker. His private office is on the 4th floor, top floor of the central manufacturing building, where he stores all blackmail files on corrupt federal officials, city politicians, and police captains. If we seize those blackmail records alongside the arms stockpile, we can dismantle every layer of his protection network in one single raid. Lu Chen traced the factory's perimeter blind spots with his finger, identifying a narrow drainage culvert cutting beneath the western fence line, identical in design to the sewage tunnel they'd used to breach Rainer's Haven's Reach compound months prior. Our infiltration window falls during midnight shift rotation. Every 2 hours the watchtower snipers swap posts, creating a 90-second blind spot along the western culvert fence. We crawl through the drainage pipe into the factory basement first, neutralize the underground arms storage guards, then work our way upward floor by floor to reach Elias's top floor private office. Suwon pulled up municipal city construction blueprints for the abandoned steel plant on her laptop, cross-referencing the tunnel network beneath the factory floors. The underground tunnels connect to 3 separate exit points on the Eastern Industrial Highway, our planned evacuation route after we capture Elias and secure all evidence. If we trigger alarms inside the factory, we split up and regroup at a pre-arranged abandoned train yard 2 miles north of the compound, a location fully off Elias's patrol route maps. Over the next 48 hours, they split their preparation work across the city. Suwon spent her days remotely accessing municipal finance databases to trace every local bribe payment Elias had sent to city officials, compiling a master list of every corrupt police captain and district inspector shielding his factory operation, while Lu Chen conducted daytime reconnaissance runs through the northern industrial district, posing as a freelance construction laborer to map patrol shift timelines, watchtower sniper sight lines, and hidden motion sensors buried beneath the factory's perimeter dirt embankment. Lu Chen returned to Suwon's high-rise apartment each night covered in factory dust, fresh observational notes scribbled across a small spiral notebook, each patrol rotation time, guard weapon type, and fence sensor location logged in meticulous detail. On the 48th hour mark, their satellite burner phone buzzed with a final encrypted message from the Federal Task Force agent. Elias planned to ship a massive batch of automatic rifles to 4 separate city street gangs at dawn the following day, a shipment that would leave hundreds more civilians vulnerable to gang violence across Newport's residential neighborhoods. Their midnight infiltration window was their last chance to intercept the arms before the shipment trucks rolled out of the factory's loading bays. That night, they suited up in matte black lightweight tactical gear inside the apartment's windowless bathroom, slipping bulletproof vests beneath loose black hoodies to hide their armor from street patrol officers during their foot trek to the northern industrial zone. Suwon tucked the silicone palm print lifting kit and multiple blank encrypted USB drives into her waist pouch, ready to copy Elias's blackmail files and arms shipment logs once they reached his 4th-floor office, while Lu Chen strapped both suppressed pistols to his thigh holsters and slid his combat knife into a forearm sheath hidden beneath his sleeve. They locked the apartment's front door behind them, slipping into the dark downtown pedestrian subway system to ride north toward the industrial district's final station stop, the midnight city quiet around them, unaware the final battle against Iron Fist's founding mastermind was about to ignite within the walls of the abandoned steel factory on the city's northern edge. Chapter 11, The Master Suite and Palm Print Heist. Lu Chen pushed the oak door open slow enough to avoid the faint creak of its hinges, thermal scanner held low at his hip, the orange glow of Rayner's stationary heat signature steady at the far side of the spacious suite. The room reeked of aged whiskey and expensive cigar smoke. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows overlooked the private waterfront dock, where dozens of covered arms cargo vessels bobbed silently on black waves. Heavy velvet drapes hung half-drawn, blocking most watchtower spotlights from spilling inside, leaving the space lit only by a small brass desk lamp beside the leather armchair. Cale Rayner was a broad, burly man with a shaved scalp crisscrossed by pale battle scars, a half-empty crystal tumbler of amber liquor balanced in one hand as he tapped his thumb across the screen of a silver tablet resting on the walnut desk before him. A loaded hunting pistol lay within arm's reach on the desk edge, its polished metal frame catching the lamplight. He was fully absorbed scrolling through encrypted shipping manifests, never glancing toward the suite entrance. Lu Chen held up one gloved finger to signal Suwon to freeze in the doorway, then pointed silently toward the desk tablet, mouthing 2 words, "Lift print fast." He split off to the left, sliding along the shadow cast by a towering mahogany bookshelf lined with leather-bound shipping law volumes, positioning himself behind a solid wooden partition within 2 steps of Rayner's armchair. If the trafficker turned his head, Lu Chen could strike before Rayner reached for the handgun on the desk. Suwon slipped forward light as a shadow, rubber tactical boots muffled by the thick wool carpet covering the suite floor. She unzipped the waterproof waist pouch at her hip, extracting the palm print lifting kit, a thin sheet of translucent silicone molding paste, a compact portable digital scanner, and a small alcohol wipe to clear dust off the tablet's glass surface without leaving smudges that might tip Raynor off later. She knelt beside the desk out of Raynor's direct line of sight, eyes fixed on the trafficker's back as he grumbled under his breath about delayed arms shipments to foreign cartels. His right palm rested flat against the tablet screen for long stretches as he dragged files and typed coded order numbers, leaving a full, clear imprint on the cool glass. Suwon dabbed the alcohol wipe gently over the print, careful not to smudge the ridges of his fingertips, then pressed the silicone sheet flush against the surface. The soft molding compound sank into every crease of the palm print in 3 heartbeats. She peeled the silicone away slowly, the complete biometric impression locked perfectly inside the thin clear sheet, and fed it into the portable scanner tucked in her palm. The device hummed once, a tiny green LED blinking to confirm the palm data had been encrypted and saved to a micro USB chip inside the scanner's casing. Her task complete, she tucked the kit back into her waist pouch and began to slide backward toward the suite doorway, ready to regroup with Lu Chen and move on to the underground vault. The floorboard beneath her knee creaked softly. A faint, sharp sound, barely louder than the distant lapping of ocean waves against the dock outside, but it cut through the quiet suite like a gunshot. Raynor froze mid-sentence, his thumb hovering over the tablet screen. He set the whiskey tumbler down slow, the crystal base clicking against the wood desk, and tilted his shaved head to one side, listening. "Who's there?" His voice was deep, graveled, edged with the cold tension of a man who'd survived decades of mercenary ambushes. His hand drifted sideways, fingers curling around the grip of the hunting pistol on the desk edge. Lu Chen tensed behind the partition, combat knife sliding silently free from his forearm sheath. If Raynor spun to face the doorway and spotted Suwon, there would be no time for a non-lethal takedown, only a split-second race to neutralize him before he pulled the trigger. Suwon held her breath, body rigid, half hidden behind the curve of the desk. She dared not move, dared not make a single sound, praying the faint floorboard creak would be written off as wind shifting the window frames or distant dock machinery. Raynor stood slowly, boots heavy on the carpet as he turned toward the suite entrance, pistol raised level with his chest, barrel sweeping back and forth across the empty hallway visible through the cracked door. He took 3 long strides forward, stopping mere feet from where Suwon crouched out of his line of sight behind the desk. Lu Chen readied himself to surge from behind the partition, ready to tackle Raynor to the ground before the trafficker could pivot and spot the intruder at his desk. Just as Raynor's boot shifted to circle around the walnut furniture, a loud, panicked shout echoed up the manor's main staircase from the ground floor lounge. One of the unconscious hallway guards had been discovered by a returning lieutenant, alarmed yells and rapid gunfire erupting from the lower levels of the compound. Breach. Intruder on West Hallway 2 down by the private quarters stairs. The chaos below pulled Raynor's full attention away from the faint noise he'd heard in his suite. He cursed sharply, spinning on his heel and marching toward the balcony door leading to an external metal fire escape that ran down the manor's outer wall. He gripped a handheld radio clip to his tactical belt, barking frantic orders into the speaker as he threw open the glass balcony doors, salt wind rushing into the suite behind him. Lock all vault access points, mobilize every patrol squad to sweep the manor top to bottom, shoot any unknown on sight. Seal the sewage outflow pipe immediately, they must have breached through the waste tunnels. Raynor vanished down the metal fire escape, the balcony door slamming shut hard enough to rattle the window panes. Seconds later, the sound of dozens of mercenary boots thundered up the main stairwell, the entire compound's security force mobilizing to hunt them down. Lu Chen stepped out from behind the partition, crossing the suite in 2 quick strides to reach Suwon's side. "We lost our window for quiet infiltration. The guards are sweeping every floor, they know exactly how we got inside." Suwon held up the palm print scanner, the green light still glowing to signal a successful biometric copy. We have the access data we came for. The underground vault entrance is beneath the manor's ground floor wine cellar, per the blueprints. We grab the ledgers, plant the incendiary charges on the cash stacks, and evacuate through the sewage pipe before they block the tunnel exits. Lu Chen nodded, grabbing his suppressed pistol from its thigh holster and flicking off the safety. The stairwell down to the wine cellar sits at the end of the ground floor east wing. The main hallway is flooded with mercenaries. We'll take the internal service corridor behind the kitchen to circle around their patrols. They slipped out of the master suite, closing the oak door behind them to mask their trail, and darted down the private staircase back to the first floor landing. The main hall echoed with shouted orders and the clatter of assault rifle magazines being loaded, every mercenary splitting into two-man sweep teams to comb each wing of the manor. Lu Chen herded Suwon into a narrow, unmarked service passage lined with metal food storage racks, a dim single bulb flickering overhead to cast thin streaks of light across their black tactical gear. The corridor ran parallel to the crowded main lounge, thin plaster walls carrying every word of the mercenaries' search orders clear as day. Check every closet, every storage room. Rayner's orders: no hostages. If you spot the intruders, don't hesitate to fire. Lock the sewage pipe metal grate with padlocks, post 3 sentries down by the waste basement to cut off their escape route. Suwon's jaw tightened as she listened to the orders. They're sealing our only exit. If we linger too long in the vault, we'll be trapped inside the compound with no way out. Then we move faster, Lu Chen replied flatly, rounding a bend in the service corridor to reveal a rusted metal door marked cellar access, staff only. He picked the lock in under 5 seconds, pushing the door open to reveal a steep concrete staircase descending into darkness, the faint scent of aged wine and damp stone drifting upward from below. They descended the stairs single file, night vision goggles activating to cut through the pitch-black cellar. Rows upon rows of towering wooden wine racks line the walls, stacked with expensive imported bottles, a heavy reinforced steel door embedded deep into the far stone wall. This was the entrance to the underground cash vault holding billions in untraceable smuggling profits and encrypted financial ledgers. Lu Chen gestured Suwon forward to the biometric scanner mounted beside the steel door's lock panel. She pulled the silicone palm print mold from her pouch and pressed it flush against the scanner's glass surface. The machine whirred for a split second, processing the copied biometric data, before a bright blue light flashed across the panel. A low hydraulic hiss echoed through the cellar as the massive steel vault door slid sideways into the stone wall, revealing a wide underground bunker stretching deep beneath the manor foundations. Chapter 12, The Cash Bunker and Encrypted Ledgers. The vault bunker stretched nearly 30 meters long, its ceiling lined with industrial LED floodlights that flickered to life the moment the steel door unlocked. Stacked metal shipping pallets lined every wall, piled high with bound bricks of hard foreign currency US dollars, euros, offshore tax haven bank notes, all bundled tight in waterproof plastic wrapping. The total volume of cash stretched as high as Lu Chen's shoulder, enough untaxed wealth to fund Iron Fist's global arms trafficking operations for another decade unimpeded. Against the far wall stood a row of locked server racks, glass panels shielding rows of humming hard drives that stored every encrypted shipping log, bribe receipt, cartel client contract and offshore shell company records Suwon had spent days tracing back in Newport. Without these drives, federal authorities would never be able to prove Rayner's ties to corrupt city officials across 3 continents. The cash alone was only half of their mission objective. Suwon rushed straight to the server racks, pulling 3 blank encrypted USB drives from her waist pouch and plugging them into the rack's external data ports. The machine began copying terabytes of classified financial records automatically, A progress bar scrolling slowly across a tiny built-in screen on the rack's control panel. "I need 7 minutes for the full data transfer," she called over her shoulder, eyes locked on the loading meter. "While the files copy, we plant the timed incendiary charges on the cache pallets. Set the delay for 90 minutes, enough time for us to escape through the sewage tunnel and reach the fishing boat extraction point before the vault ignites." Lu Chen nodded, unzipping his duffel slung over his back to retrieve 4 compact plastic explosive charges, each fitted with a digital countdown timer and magnetic adhesive backing to stick firmly to the metal cache pallets. He spread out across the bunker, placing 1 charge on every 4th stack of currency bricks, programming each timer to trigger a simultaneous detonation an hour and a half from the current time. Once the explosives ignited, the entire mountain of untraceable bribe money would burn to ash, crippling Iron Fist's ability to pay mercenaries, port officials, and political contacts worldwide. As he finished securing the final charge, distant heavy footsteps echoed down the wine cellar staircase. Above them dozens of mercenaries marching toward the vault entrance, their shouts growing louder with every step. Raynor said the intruders were heading for the cache bunker. "Surround the door, lock the steel gate. Once we confirm they're inside, no escape." Lu Chen's head snapped toward the vault's open steel entrance, fingers tightening around the suppressed pistol at his hip. "They've tracked us down to the cellar. The door will seal automatically if they hit the external lock override on the stairs." Suwan glanced at the data transfer screen. The progress bar sat at 62%, still more than 2 minutes away from finishing the ledger copy. "We can't leave yet. If we pull the USB drives early, half the evidence will be corrupted and useless for federal prosecution." Lu Chen glanced between the rapidly approaching mercenary squad and the slow-moving data bar, calculating their odds. If they held their ground and waited for the transfer to complete, they would be trapped inside the vault bunker with an entire armed squad blocking the only exit. If they fled early, they would leave the critical proof of global bribery behind, rendering their entire cross-border mission a waste. "Hide behind the central cache pallet stack," he ordered, gesturing to a towering pile of currency bricks positioned dead center of the bunker floor, thick enough to block incoming gunfire from the vault doorway. "I'll hold the entrance off with suppressed fire to buy you the remaining transfer time. The second the USBs finish copying, grab them and run for the sewage tunnel without waiting for me." Suwan hesitated, her hand hovering over the data ports. "I won't leave you trapped here alone when the explosives detonate." "You have no combat training to hold them back," Lu Chen replied sharply, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The ledgers are the only evidence that can lock away every corrupt official on Raynor's payroll. If those drives burn with the vault, all of this will be for nothing. My job is to cover your escape. Stick to the plan." The heavy steel vault door's hydraulic system hummed a warning tone. The mercenaries upstairs had activated the external lock override, the massive metal panel beginning to slide closed inch by inch to seal the bunker shut permanently. Suwan bit her lip, then sprinted to take cover behind the central cache stack, clutching the 3 USB drives tight in one hand as she watched the progress bar tick upward 1 percentage point at a time. Seconds later, the first mercenary rounded the wine cellar staircase and spotted the half-open vault door. He raised his assault rifle and squeezed off a burst of automatic gunfire, bullets ricocheting off the steel door frame and embedding themselves into the stone walls of the bunker. Lu Chen returned fire from behind a smaller currency pallet stack, suppressed pistol cracks popping in quick succession, 2 front-line sentries collapsing to the cellar floor with precise shots to the chest. The rest of the squad surged forward, spreading out to flank the vault entrance, firing continuous volleys of bullets that tore through plastic-wrapped cash bricks, sending loose banknotes swirling through the air like paper confetti. Lu Chen shifted his position constantly between separate pallet stacks, picking off advancing mercenaries one by one to slow their advance into the bunker, his pistol magazines draining rapidly with every exchange of gunfire. 78%. 85. 94. Suwon's eyes never left the glowing screen, heart hammering against her ribs as automatic gunfire echoed all around her hiding spot. A stray bullet tore through the edge of the cash stack beside her shoulder, spraying shredded currency across her tactical vest, but she did not flinch. 99%. 100. The screen flashed a bright green confirmation tick mark. Suwon ripped the 3 USB drives free from the server rack, shoving them deep inside the waterproof inner pocket of her vest, and called out to Lu Chen over the roar of gunfire. Transfer complete. Lu Chen took down the last mercenary standing in the vault doorway with a final headshot, then tossed a flashbang grenade toward the cellar staircase to blind the remaining squad members blocking their path out of the bunker. The blinding white blast erupted at the top of the stairs, cutting off the mercenaries' line of sight for 10 vital seconds. Move. Now. Lu Chen shouted, sprinting toward the vault exit as the steel door continued sliding closed, only a narrow gap left wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Suwon bolted after him, ducking under the falling metal panel a split second before it slammed shut with a deafening boom, locking the entire mercenary squad inside the cash bunker alongside the timed incendiary charges. The trafficker's own men would be trapped inside the vault when the explosives ignited 90 minutes later, burned alive alongside the billions in bribe cash they'd guarded. They raced up the wine cellar staircase 3 steps at a time, bursting back into the service kitchen corridor just as disoriented mercenaries began stumbling down the stairs from the main manor floors, recovering from the flashbang's disorienting effect. Lu Chen grabbed Suwon's wrist, yanking her sideways into a narrow metal storage closet packed with empty wine crates, sliding a heavy iron rack in front of the door to block pursuit. Main hall is fully occupied with patrols, Lu Chen whispered, listening to the dozens of boots pounding past the closet's thin wooden walls. Our only remaining route back to the sewage basement is through the kitchen waste chute leading down to the waste processing room, directly above the tunnel we used to breach the compound. Suwon nodded, clutching the USB drive securely against her chest, the critical evidence safe inside her vest pocket. Once we reach the tunnel, we have to move fast. They posted 3 sentries at the pipe exit, per the radio chatter we heard earlier. Lu Chen checked his remaining ammunition count, 1 full pistol magazine left, half a dozen spare rounds tucked in his waist pouch, a single combat knife as his last non-lethal weapon. 3 armed guards waiting at the tunnel's outer grate would be a tight fight, but it was their only viable escape route off the compound grounds. They waited inside the cramped storage closet for 5 minutes, letting the mercenary sweep teams move past the service corridor and spread out across the manor's upper floors, before sliding the iron rack aside and slipping back into the empty kitchen passage. The industrial waste chute sat against the far wall of the kitchen, a wide metal opening leading straight down to the basement waste processing level. Lu Chen hoisted Suwon onto the metal countertop beside the chute, lifting her to drop feet first into the dark vertical shaft, following seconds after her by gripping the metal slide rails and lowering himself down the chute's interior. They landed softly on the concrete basement floor beside the unconscious maintenance worker still covered under the plastic tarp, the sound of distant shouting from the manor levels above fading behind thick stone walls. Up ahead, the sewage tunnel's inner metal grate stood unlocked where they'd left it minutes before their vault heist. 3 sentries posted outside the outer pipe mouth, Lu Chen reminded Suwon, drawing his pistol and chambering the final magazine. I'll draw their fire toward the mangrove marsh brush, you slip through the pipe first and run north along the coastline toward the fishing boat extraction marker buoys. Don't wait for me. If I don't catch up within 2 hours, the fisherman leaves as scheduled. Suwon's gaze locked onto his face, tension etched across her masked features. "Promise me you won't hold off the entire squad to buy me time if you're outmatched." Lu Chen offered a faint, sharp nod, a silent vow he knew he might not be able to keep if the mercenaries closed in to cut off her escape. "I'll meet you at the extraction boat. Move once I give the signal." He crept forward to the inner tunnel grate, pushing it open wide, and tossed a small loose metal pipe out into the muddy embankment outside the compound's fence. The loud clatter echoed through the night, immediately drawing the three posted sentries away from the sewage pipe's outer entrance, their boots crunching across mud as they marched to investigate the noise source 50 meters down the perimeter wall. "Now!" Lu Chen hissed. Suwon dove into the narrow sewage tunnel, crawling forward as fast as she could through the stagnant wastewater, vanishing into the black mold-lined passage within seconds. Lu Chen lingered at the grate for 10 heartbeats, scanning the compound grounds one final time to ensure no mercenary patrols circled back to cut off their escape, then slipped into the tunnel behind her, sliding the metal grate shut loosely in his wake. Chapter 13, Coastline Pursuit and Extraction Boat. The sewage tunnel crawl stretched on for 10 long minutes, the damp, suffocating air thick with rot and chemical fumes, night vision goggles the only thing keeping them from colliding with the slimy tunnel walls. Suwon led the way forward, her small frame navigating the tight curved passages faster than Lu Chen's broader shoulders could manage, never slowing her pace even when splashing through deeper pools of wastewater that soaked her tactical boots to the bone. When they reached the outer metal grate at the pipe's exit beneath the compound's razor wire fence, Lu Chen held up a hand to halt Suwon's advance. Through the thin metal slats of the grate, they could see the three sentries still combing the mangrove marsh 50 meters away, searching for the source of the metal pipe clatter he'd thrown to distract them earlier. Their backs were fully turned to the sewage pipe mouth, leaving a narrow, unguarded window to slip out into the coastal brush undetected. Lu Chen picked the grate's loose bolt lock once more, pushing the metal barrier open a crack wide enough for Suwon to slip through first. She scrambled out into the muddy marsh embankment, dropping flat to the ground behind a thick tangle of mangrove roots to avoid being spotted by the patrolling sentries, and waited for Lu Chen to follow before they both rose to a low sprint through waist-high salt marsh foliage, heading north along the curve of the bay toward the pre-arranged extraction zone marked by faded orange plastic buoys bobbing in the offshore waves. The mangrove brush muffled their footsteps, but the compound's watchtower thermal scanners still swept the coastal marshland at regular intervals. Lu Chen grabbed Suwon's wrist and pulled her down into a shallow muddy ditch every time the glowing white spotlight of a tower lens swung in their direction, holding her body pressed flat against the wet mud until the scan passed over their hiding spot and moved on toward the open ocean shoreline. They covered 2 kilometers of marshland in 30 minutes, the walled silhouette of Rayner's Manor shrinking far behind them on the southern coastline, the distant sound of frantic gunfire and alarm sirens fading into the wind as the mercenary squads realized the intruders had escaped the compound entirely. Suwon clutched the 3 encrypted USB drives tight against her chest beneath her vest, the sole proof of Iron Fist's global bribery and arms trafficking empire safe in her possession. Up ahead, the faint outline of a small unmarked fishing boat bobbed at anchor beside a cluster of jagged rock outcrops, the vessel's hull painted matte gray to blend into the dark ocean waves, no lights burning to avoid detection from Rayner's private patrol boats that circled the bay every hour. This was the extraction craft arranged by Lu Chen's old Raven squadron handler, manned by a freelance fisherman with no official ties to the agency, bound to wait 12 hours from their midnight infiltration window before departing the haven's reach coastline alone. They splashed through shallow surf to reach the boat's wooden boarding ladder, the fisherman leaning over the gunwale to haul them aboard the second they reached the hull. He was a weathered middle-aged man with sun-cracked skin, a hunting knife strapped to his waist, No questions asked as he handed them 2 thick wool blankets to wrap around their mud-soaked tactical uniforms. Handler sent word the compound's in full lockdown, the fisherman said in a rough, quiet dialect, tossing a sealed canvas sack onto the boat's wooden deck beside their feet. Inside, clean civilian clothes, fresh water, nutrient rations, 2 burner phones pre-programmed with the agency's emergency contact line. We cast off immediately. Raynor launched 3 speedboat patrols to comb the entire northern coastline for intruders. They'll be sweeping these rocks within 20 minutes. Lu Chen nodded, peeling off his mud-caked tactical vest and tossing it into the canvas sack alongside Suwan's gear, stripping down to change into the plain cotton shirts and canvas trousers provided inside the bag. Suwan kept the 3 USB drives tucked inside the inner lining of her new jacket, refusing to let the critical evidence out of her sight for even a second. The fisherman untied the boat's anchor rope and fired up the small outboard motor mounted on the stern, the vessel gliding silently away from the rocky shoreline and out into open ocean waters, heading due east toward an uninhabited remote island 3 hours sailing distance from Haven's Reach mainland. The island held a hidden agency safe house stocked with transport papers to fly them back to Newport, once they'd confirmed the vault incendiary charges had detonated and destroyed Raynor's cash reserves. Suwan leaned against the boat's wooden gunwale, staring back at the faint glow of Haven's Reach's waterfront spotlights far behind them across the black water, a quiet weight settling over her shoulders. We got the ledgers, burned the bribe cash, cut off Iron Fist's overseas funding pipeline. Once we deliver these USB drives to federal task force agents back home, Raynor's entire operation will collapse without the money to pay his mercenaries and corrupt officials. Lu Chen stood beside her, wrapping the wool blanket tighter around his shoulders to block the cold salt wind whipping off the ocean waves. It's not fully finished yet. Raynor himself escaped the manor via the fire escape before we trapped his lieutenants inside the vault bunker. He's still at large somewhere in Haven's Reach, with access to hidden offshore reserve accounts he didn't store in the basement cash stack we destroyed. He'll rebuild a smaller splinter trafficking cell within months if we don't track him down before he flees the southern hemisphere. A faint vibration hummed from the burner phone tucked inside Lu Chen's jacket pocket. He pulled the device out and answered the encrypted call, the handler's distorted voice filtering through the speaker. Raven 1, remote surveillance drones confirmed the vault explosives detonated on schedule 90 minutes after your infiltration. The entire cash bunker burned to the ground, over 40 of Raynor's top mercenary lieutenants killed in the blast, all stored bribe currency destroyed. Satellite scans show Raynor boarded a private unregistered yacht 2 hours ago, departing Haven's Reach harbor bound for a neutral tax haven archipelago 6 days sail east. His yacht carries backup digital hard drives with duplicate trafficking logs, and a cache of untraceable gold bullion reserves hidden in the hull to rebuild his smuggling network. Lu Chen's jaw tightened, staring out at the endless black ocean stretching ahead of the fishing boat. Any interception options available from international maritime patrols? All regional Coast Guard vessels are compromised by Raynor's bribes, the handler replied flatly. We cannot flag the yacht for official pursuit without tipping him off to our surveillance. Your only viable play is intercepting the vessel mid-voyage at the remote island safe house's dock, where the yacht plans to stop to refuel in 48 hours' time. No additional agency manpower can be deployed. Every field operative is still compromised by Iron Fist internal moles. He ended the call, slipping the burner phone back into his jacket pocket and turning to Suwan, the weight of a second pursuit mission settling heavy over his chest. Raynor's running with duplicate evidence and gold reserves to restart his trafficking ring. His yacht will refuel at the agency's hidden island safe house dock in 2 days. We intercept him there before he reaches the tax haven archipelago. Suwan did not hesitate, gripping the 3 encrypted USB drives safe in her jacket pocket, her resolve unshaken even after the brutal manner infiltration and narrow escape from the mercenary squad. Whatever financial records he's carrying on that yacht, I can trace every gold reserve account and duplicate shipping log once we board his vessel. We finish this for good before he can rebuild Iron Fist's overseas network. The fishing boat's outboard motor drones steadily across the open ocean, leaving the violent, bribe-ridden streets of Haven's Reach far behind them, but the war against Iron Fist was still far from over. One trafficker remained at large, carrying enough wealth and data to reignite the global arms smuggling cycle all over again, and Lu Chen and Suwan were the only 2 people in the world positioned to stop him. Chapter 14, Remote Island Safe House and Yacht Interception Prep. The gray fishing boat cut silently across endless indigo ocean for 3 full hours, salt spray stinging exposed skin and clinging thickly to every surface aboard the small craft. The fishermen killed the outboard motor 10 minutes before they reached the island's jagged rock shore, letting the tide carry them toward a hidden cove shielded by towering volcanic cliffs draped in wild tropical vines. No man-made lights glowed on the island's land mass, the entire stretch of land was unmarked on standard maritime charts, a black site safe house maintained by Raven Squadron's off-books division for decades. He tossed a small brass key into Lu Chen's palm as they prepared to step onto the rocky shore. The concrete bunker is carved into the cliff face behind the palm tree grove. Food, fresh water, medical supplies, and a hidden weapons cache are all inside. I wait 12 hours before sailing back to Haven's Reach to avoid drawing patrol boats to this island. If you miss your window to intercept the yacht, I cannot linger for a second longer. Lu Chen nodded once in acknowledgement, slinging the canvas gear sack over one shoulder and gesturing Suwan forward onto the slippery black volcanic rock. They trekked upward through tangled palm fronds, the thick tropical foliage muffling their footsteps, until a low gray concrete structure buried into the cliff wall came into view. Lu Chen inserted the brass key into a rusted lock cylinder set into the rock face, twisting it to pop open a heavy steel blast door that slid inward with a low mechanical groan. The bunker interior was cool, dry, and fully stocked for long-term covered stays. Fluorescent lights flickered to life the moment they stepped across the threshold, illuminating a wide main room split into living quarters, a medical station, a weapons storage vault, and a wall lined with encrypted satellite communication equipment. Stacked crates of canned rations, bottled water, and sterile medical supplies lined one wall. A locked metal armory door dominated the far side of the space. Suwan immediately crossed to the communication terminal, pulling the 3 USB drives from her jacket and plugging them into the system's data port. The machine began uploading terabytes of Rayner's financial records to a secure offshore agency server, backing up all evidence they'd seized from the Haven's Reach vault to prevent data loss if the physical drives were compromised later. Upload will take roughly 12 hours to complete, Suwan explained, watching the progress bar creep slowly across the monitor screen. Once finished, the Federal Anti-Trafficking Task Force back in Newport will receive full access to every bribe ledger, cartel contract, and offshore shell company log. Even if we fail to stop Rayner's yacht, the evidence we already secured will dismantle most of his regional smuggling infrastructure. Lu Chen turned his attention to the locked weapons vault, unlocking it with a secondary coded key stored inside his waist pouch. The compartment held a far more extensive arsenal than the compact gear they'd carried into Rayner's Manor: 2 fully automatic suppressed submachine guns, high-powered sniper rifles fitted with thermal scopes, multiple fragmentation and flashbang grenades, reinforced body armor plating, grappling hooks with steel climbing cables, and a compact waterproof speedboat stored in a submerged garage tunnel beneath the bunker. He laid out 2 complete combat loadouts on the metal work table at the center of the room, sorting ammunition, tactical harnesses, and grappling equipment into separate stacks for himself and Suwon. Rayner's private yacht, the Iron Tide, is a 70-meter luxury vessel with 12 full-time armed mercenary crew stationed on board at all times. 3 watchmen man the bow, stern, and bridge 24 hours a day, with hidden automated machine gun turrets mounted along the hull's railings to repel boarding attempts. Suwon pulled up satellite imagery of the yacht on the satellite terminal's large screen, zooming in to highlight structural weak points she'd identified by cross-referencing shipping blueprints pulled from the vault ledgers. The hull's starboard rear maintenance hatch is unarmored, designed for engine repairs. It's only guarded by a single rotating sentry every 4 hours, and it sits directly below the captain's private quarters where Rayner will store his gold bullion reserve and duplicate hard drives. That's our optimal boarding point. She tapped the screen to pull up Rayner's scheduled refueling timeline. The yacht docks at this island's unmarked private fuel pier 48 hours from our current time. They plan to stay anchored for 3 full hours to refill fuel tanks and restock food supplies before continuing toward the tax haven archipelago. That 3-hour window is our only chance to board undetected before they resume open ocean travel. Lu Chen grabbed a sheet of blank paper and sketched a rough layout of the yacht's interior floors from memory, referencing old Raven mission files documenting Rayner's previous maritime transport vessels. Bottom deck, engine rooms, storage holds for gold bullion, maintenance hatch access. Middle deck, crew quarters, mess hall, weapons armory stocked with military-grade rifles. Top deck, bridge navigation station, Rayner's private master suite, observation lounge with panoramic ocean views. The duplicate backup hard drives and gold bullion will be locked inside a custom steel safe bolted to the floor of his top-floor suite. He paused, tapping the sketch's top deck marking. 12 mercenary crew split into 3 rotating 4-man squads. If we trigger any alarm during boarding, the entire vessel's crew will converge on the maintenance hatch within 90 seconds. We cannot rely on non-lethal takedowns alone. We need to move silent and fast, seize Rayner before he can activate the yacht's emergency self-destruct system built into the navigation console. Suwon's brows lifted in surprise. Self-destruct system. Rayner's contingency plan, Lu Chen confirmed grimly. If boarding parties breach the vessel and he faces capture, he'll flood the engine compartments with high-octane fuel and detonate a core explosive charge built into the hull. The blast will sink the yacht within 2 minutes, destroying all gold reserves and duplicate digital evidence before any authorities can seize them. Our top priority after boarding is disabling the self-destruct control panel on the bridge before confronting Rayner. Over the next 40 hours, they split their time between rest, medical recovery, and relentless mission preparation. Suwon spent hours combing through the uploaded vault data on the satellite terminal, cross-referencing every yacht crew member's identity, tracking their shift rotation patterns, and identifying weak links in their security protocols. She also compiled a full financial breakdown of Rayner's hidden gold reserves, calculating exactly how much untraceable wealth he carried aboard the Iron Tide to rebuild his trafficking network. Lu Chen ran grueling close-quarters combat drills inside the bunker's empty storage wing, practicing silent room-clearing tactics suited for narrow yacht hallways and tight stairwells. He redressed the shallow wounds on his collarbone and cheek, letting the injuries fully rest to avoid bleeding mid-boarding operation, and tested every weapon in the armory to ensure suppressors, scopes, and magazines functioned perfectly in saltwater coastal conditions. He also prepped the submerged compact speedboat, checking its fuel tanks, stealth muffled engine, and hidden grappling hook launchers mounted to its bow. On the 48th hour mark, the satellite terminal blared a soft alert chime. A live drone feed popped up on the main monitor, showing the sleek black silhouette of the Iron Tide cutting across the ocean's horizon, less than 2 hours away from the island's hidden fuel pier. Suwon leaned forward, eyes locked on the live surveillance footage. They're right on schedule. The refueling window opens in 120 minutes. Lu Chen strapped his reinforced tactical vest over his black uniform, loading 2 submachine gun magazines and a full set of grenades into his harness, before passing Suwon a smaller fitted vest with a compact suppressed pistol holstered to its side. Stick strictly to the boarding plan. I'll disable the bridge self-destruct panel first. You head straight to Rayner's top floor suite to secure the duplicate hard drives and gold safe access codes. Once the self-destruct system is neutralized, I'll meet you in the master suite to apprehend Rayner. If we split up, the speedboat is our pre-planned extraction point at the Cove Pier. Suwon secured the 3 primary USB drives deep inside a waterproof sealed pouch around her neck, tucking the pouch beneath her tactical gear to shield the critical evidence from ocean spray or damage. I've mapped every lock on his private suite safe. The biometric scanner requires his thumbprint, same as the vault back in Haven's Reach. I brought a spare silicone molding kit from the bunker supplies to lift his print once we corner him. Lu Chen grabbed the keys to the submerged stealth speedboat from the metal work table, nodding toward the bunker's rear tunnel exit that led straight down to the hidden underwater garage. Time to move. The tide shifts in 90 minutes, and we need to position the speedboat in the shadow of the cliff rocks before the yacht drops its anchor at the fuel pier. They exited the concrete bunker, slipping back into the tangled tropical palm grove under the cover of fading twilight, the ocean wind carrying the distant low hum of the Iron Tide's massive ship engines across the water. The final stage of their cross-border mission was moments away this time. There would be no escape routes through sewage tunnels, no pre-planned diversionary blasts to buy time. Out on open ocean, surrounded by Rayner's fully armed mercenary crew, failure meant sinking to the bottom of the sea alongside every last trace of Iron Fist's global trafficking records. Chapter 15, Stealth Boarding of the Iron Tide. The submerged speedboat's muffled engine barely made a ripple as Lu Chen steered it out from the cliffside hidden garage, gliding low across the ocean surface to park behind a jagged volcanic rock outcrop 50 meters from the island's private fuel pier. Dusk had fully fallen, thick indigo night swallowing the sky, only faint starlight glinting off the yacht's polished black hull as the Iron Tide slowly drifted into dock position, its anchor chain clanking loudly to drop and secure the vessel to the pier's metal pilings. 4 mercenary crew members disembarked onto the wooden fuel pier immediately, armed with assault rifles, splitting into 2 pairs to patrol the dock's perimeter while the yacht's engineering team began running thick rubber fuel hoses from the shore storage tanks up to the ship's rear engine compartments. A single sentry stood stationary at the starboard rear maintenance hatch, the unarmored weak point Suwon had identified from the blueprints, his back turned to the cliff rock hiding Lu Chen and Suwon's speedboat. Shift rotation hits in exactly 7 minutes, Suwon whispered, checking the digital tactical watch strapped to her wrist. The current sentry will head to the mess hall for a meal break, replaced by a new guard who takes 10 full minutes to reach this hatch from the middle deck crew quarters. That's our narrow boarding window. Lu Chen gripped the grappling hook launcher mounted to the speedboat's bow, calibrating its tension to cast the steel cable straight up to the maintenance hatch's metal railing once the sentry departed. He kept his submachine gun resting low across his lap, suppressor fully attached, ready to neutralize any unexpected crew members who wandered into their boarding path. The 7 minutes ticked by in tense silence, the only sounds the distant clank of fuel pumps, the crash of small waves against the pier pilings, and the low chatter of patrolling dock mercenaries drifting across the water. Precisely as Suwon's watch hit the mark, the sentry posted at the rear hatch stretched his shoulders, slung his rifle over one shoulder, and tramped toward the yacht's central stairwell to report for his meal break. The hatch stood completely unguarded. Now, Lu Chen muttered, squeezing the grappling launcher's trigger. The steel hook arced upward through the dark air, catching firm around the maintenance hatch's metal safety railing with a quiet metallic clink. He tugged the cable once to test its hold, then gestured Suwon to climb the taut line first, gripping the steel rope to pull herself upward toward the yacht's rear hull. She scaled the cable in quick, steady movements, rubber tactical gloves gripping the braided steel to avoid slipping on salt-slicked metal. Once she reached the hatch's open metal frame, she slipped silently inside the dark maintenance compartment, dropping flat to the compartment's metal floor to signal Lu Chen up behind her. He followed seconds later, retracting the grappling hook and coiling the cable to stow it inside his tactical vest before sliding the maintenance hatch's metal panel shut behind them, locking it with a small internal bolt to block any incoming crew from discovering their entry point. The tiny maintenance compartment reeked of hot engine oil and diesel fumes, lined with tangled mechanical piping and spare ship parts stacked against the walls. A narrow metal ladder bolted to the compartment's ceiling led upward to a locked metal door marking the entry to the yacht's middle-deck crew hallways. Lu Chen picked the lock with his compact decoder tool in 3 seconds, pushing the door open a crack to listen for movement on the other side. Muffled laughter and the clink of beer bottles echoed down the corridor. Most of the 4-man crew squad on active shift were gathered in the middle-deck mess hall, leaving the hallways sparsely patrolled with only 2 roaming sentries at either end of the ship's central passage. "Split up here per the plan," Lu Chen ordered, nodding toward the 2 separate stairwells branching off the corridor. "I take the left stairwell to the top deck bridge to disable the self-destruct panel. You take the right stairwell straight up to Rayner's private master suite. Secure the duplicate hard drives and lift his thumbprint for the gold safe. Meet back at the rear maintenance hatch extraction point in 90 minutes maximum, whether you've finished your objective or not." Suwon nodded, clutching the silicone palm print molding kit tight in her palm, and slipped down the right hallway toward the upward stairwell, her footsteps silent on the yacht's carpeted flooring. Lu turned left, moving low against the corridor wall to avoid a surveillance camera mounted to the ceiling, his submachine gun raised and ready for any roaming sentry who crossed his path. He reached the top deck bridge stairwell without encountering a single guard, the narrow carpeted staircase leading straight up to the navigation control room where the yacht's steering, communication, and self-destruct systems were all centralized. 2 armed mercenaries stood posted outside the bridge's heavy glass door, leaning against the wall scrolling through cell phones, their assault rifles slung loosely over their shoulders. Lu Chen pulled a flashbang grenade from his harness, removing the safety pin and rolling it down the hallway carpet toward the 2 sentries. The blinding white blast detonated at their feet, sending both men stumbling backward screaming, their vision and hearing completely overwhelmed by the disorienting shockwave. Lu Chen surged forward in 2 long strides, striking each sentry's wrist to knock their rifles free before landing precise elbow blows to their temples, dropping both unconscious to the carpet without a single gunshot fired to alert the rest of the crew. He dragged their limp bodies into an unused storage closet beside the bridge entrance, sliding a metal cabinet in front of the closet door to hide them, then pushed the glass bridge door open and stepped inside the empty navigation room. The wide space was lined with glowing digital navigation screens, radar monitors, and a large red-lit control panel bolted to the central console. This was the self-destruct system Rayner could activate to sink the entire vessel at any time. Lu Chen crossed to the panel and pulled a small specialized electronic disabler tool from his vest, plugging its data cord into the panel's external access port. The tool ran a rapid system override algorithm, locking the self-destruct controls permanently and cutting all power to the hull's explosive charge wiring. A small green light flickered on the panel to confirm the system was fully neutralized. Rayner no longer held the ability to scuttle the yacht and destroy all evidence aboard. With the primary catastrophic threat eliminated, Lu Chen turned to rush back down the stairwell to rendezvous with Suwon, when a sudden loud alarm blared across every speaker system on the ship, shrill and unrelenting. A red warning flash strobed across every navigation screen in the bridge. Unauthorized breach detected on top deck private quarters. All crew converge on master suite immediately. Intruders sighted, shoot to kill. Raynor had discovered Suwon inside his private suite. Lu Chen grabbed his submachine gun and sprinted back down the top deck stairwell 3 steps at a time, the sound of dozens of mercenary boots thundering up the middle deck corridors growing louder by the second. Whatever confrontation had broken out in the master suite, Suwon was now trapped alone with Raynor and a rapidly closing squad of armed crew members, and he had only minutes to reach her before they were both surrounded and outgunned. Chapter 7, Financial Trails and Coded Decryption. Dawn broke soft gray over Newport's downtown skyscrapers the next morning. Lu Chen woke at 4:30 a.m. a combat-conditioned internal clock that had never faded even after 6 years of civilian routine. The studio apartment was silent. Suwon curled asleep on the folded blanket he'd laid across the far side of the floor, exhausted after the chaos of the warehouse raid and hours of federal witness questioning the previous day. He slipped quietly out of the building to avoid waking her, walking 2 blocks to a 24-hour convenience store to purchase disposable burner phones, blank encrypted data USB drives, coffee, and pre-packaged breakfast sandwiches. On the walk back, he mentally mapped the day's investigative workflow. Suwon would log into her secured municipal finance workstation remotely from his apartment to pull every offshore transaction linked to Voss's Iron Fist shell corporations, while Lu Chen decoded the partial satellite number from Voss's notepad scrap using a hidden military decryption algorithm stored on a salvaged classified hard drive he'd kept concealed under his apartment floorboards since discharging from Raven Squadron. When he returned to the studio, Suwon was already awake, seated at the folding table with a thin work laptop open, logging into her encrypted city finance portal through a masked VPN connection to hide her remote access from municipal IT security logs. She glanced up as Lu Chen set the coffee and food on the tabletop, nodding a quiet thank you before returning her focus to scrolling through thousands of line-item financial transactions. Voss registered over 17 dummy LLCs across 6 different tax havens to funnel arms smuggling profits, Suwon explained, highlighting lines of digital data on the laptop screen. Most transactions route through a port city in the southern hemisphere. Havens reach small coastal shipping hub with almost no international customs oversight, perfect for illegal weapons shipments to be repackaged and shipped to global client syndicates. That matches the overseas secondary cell he referenced back in the warehouse. Lu Chen pulled the rusted metal floorboard loose beside the mattress, retrieving a weathered black external hard drive wrapped in waterproof plastic casing, the Raven Squadron Raven insignia etched faintly into the metal shell. He plugged the drive into one of the blank USBs he'd bought that morning, connecting it to a spare cheap tablet he'd purchased years prior for off-grid decryption work. The tablet's screen flickered to life, loading a hidden military cipher program inaccessible to standard commercial tech. He laid the scrap of paper with the partial coded phone number beside the tablet, inputting the partial digits into the decryption software. The program ran layered algorithmic scans for 20 minutes, cross-referencing global satellite carrier prefixes used exclusively by international mercenary cells and black market arms dealers. A full complete number popped up on the screen once the scan finished, alongside a geolocation tag tracing the signal origin straight to Haven's Reach Port City, the exact coastal hub Suwon had identified from the financial transaction logs. Confirmed, Lu Chen said, tapping the tablet screen to show Suwon the geolocation data. Iron Fist's overseas command base operates out of Haven's Reach. The cell's lead commander is an ex-mercenary Voss served with on cross-border jobs 5 years ago, a man named Cale Raynor, documented in old Raven mission files as a high-risk weapons trafficker with zero moral restraint against targeting civilian population centers to force payment from clients. Suwon pulled up Cale Rayner's public background records through the finance database's cross-reference tool, scrolling through mugshots, criminal warrants, and shipping permit violations linked to his name. Havens Reach local authorities are heavily bribed by Rayner's operation police, customs agents, port. Chapter 7, Financial Trails and Coded Decryption continued. Dawn broke soft gray over Newport's downtown skyscrapers the next morning. Lu Chen woke at 4:30 a.m. a combat-conditioned internal clock that had never faded even after 6 years of civilian routine. The studio apartment was silent. Suwon curled asleep on the folded blanket he'd laid across the far side of the floor, exhausted after the chaos of the warehouse raid and hours of federal witness questioning the previous day. He slipped quietly out of the building to avoid waking her, walking 2 blocks to a 24-hour convenience store to purchase disposable burner phones, blank encrypted data USB drives, coffee, and pre-packaged breakfast sandwiches. On the walk back, he mentally mapped the day's investigative workflow. Suwon would log into her secured municipal finance workstation remotely from his apartment to pull every offshore transaction linked to Voss's Iron Fist shell corporations, while Lu Chen decoded the partial satellite number from Voss's notepad scrap using a hidden military decryption algorithm stored on a salvaged classified hard drive he'd kept concealed under his apartment floorboards since discharging from Raven Squadron. When he returned to the studio, Suwon was already awake, seated at the folding table with a thin work laptop open, logging into her encrypted city finance portal through a masked VPN connection to hide her remote access from municipal IT security logs. She glanced up as Lu Chen set the coffee and food on the tabletop, nodding a quiet thank you before returning her focus to scrolling through thousands of line-item financial transactions. Voss registered over 17 dummy LLCs across 6 different tax havens to funnel arms smuggling profits, Suwon explained, highlighting lines of digital data on the laptop screen. Most transactions route through a port city in the southern hemisphere. Havens Reach small coastal shipping hub with almost no international customs oversight, perfect for illegal weapons shipments to be repackaged and shipped to global client syndicates. That matches the overseas secondary cell he referenced back in the warehouse. Lu Chen pulled the rusted metal floorboard loose beside the mattress, retrieving a weathered black external hard drive wrapped in waterproof plastic casing, the Raven Squadron Raven insignia etched faintly into the metal shell. He plugged the drive into one of the blank USBs he'd bought that morning, connecting it to a spare cheap tablet he'd purchased years prior for off-grid decryption work. The tablet's screen flickered to life, loading a hidden military cipher program inaccessible to standard commercial tech. He laid the scrap of paper with the partial coded phone number beside the tablet, inputting the partial digits into the decryption software. The program ran layered algorithmic scans for 20 minutes, cross-referencing global satellite carrier prefixes used exclusively by international mercenary cells and black market arms dealers. A full complete number popped up on the screen once the scan finished, alongside a geolocation tag tracing the signal origin straight to Havens Reach Port City, the exact coastal hub Suwon had identified from the financial transaction logs. Confirmed, Lu Chen said, tapping the tablet screen to show Suwon the geolocation data. Iron Fist's overseas command base operates out of Havens Reach. The cell's lead commander is an ex-mercenary Voss served with on cross-border jobs 5 years ago, a man named Cale Rayner, documented in old Raven mission files as a high-risk weapons trafficker with zero moral restraint against targeting civilian population centers to force payment from clients. Suwon pulled up Cale Rayner's public background records through the finance database's cross-reference tool, scrolling through mugshots, criminal warrants, and shipping permit violations linked to his name. Havens Reach local authorities are heavily bribed by Rayner's operation. Police, port inspectors, even the city mayor receive monthly seven-figure payouts from his shell accounts. There's no way local law enforcement will cooperate with outside federal agencies. Any official raid will be tipped off within minutes, and Rayner will sink all evidence, evacuate his crew, and relocate to a new port overnight. Lu Chen sipped cold black coffee, his gaze sharp as he processed the information. Official channels are dead. We can't file extradition requests, can't coordinate international task forces. If we move against Rayner, it has to be off the books, two-person infiltration, no backup, no diplomatic immunity, no rescue team if we're captured. Suwon closed the finance database, leaning back in the folding chair, her jaw set with unshakable resolve. I've mapped every single offshore account feeding Rayner's smuggling ring. If we hit his main vault in Havens Reach, we can freeze billions in untraceable cash mid-transaction, cripple his ability to hire mercenaries and bribe officials. Without funding, his entire overseas cell collapses within weeks. A faint vibration hummed from Lu Chen's discarded tactical earpiece, the one he'd stashed in his jacket pocket after the warehouse fire. He pulled it out, pressing a small button to activate the receiver, a low, distorted static voice filtering through the tiny speaker. Raven 1, this is Handler 7. Federal interrogation of Voss has yielded limited intel. He refuses to speak on the Havens Reach cell. Internal agency audits show 3 senior analysts have been compromised by Iron Fist bribes. Every formal mission request targeting Rayner will leak straight to his operatives. Your voluntary discharge paperwork is still valid, but we can supply you with unmarked overseas travel credentials, untraceable maritime transport, and a compact hidden weapons cache hidden in Havens Reach's central dock storage. No official support, no post-operation cover-up. All risk falls on you. Lu Chen's fingers tightened around the earpiece. The handler had tracked him down, likely tracing the anonymous witness tip Suwon submitted the day prior. The agency still saw him as their disposable wild card, the only asset untainted by Iron Fist corruption. Send the credentials to the West Harbor Locker Bay 17, same code phrase, Lu Chen replied flatly into the mic. I don't need agency manpower, just the pre-staged gear and ferry access permits. I operate alone. Suwon's brows lifted when she heard the last line. Alone? I told you I can trace every financial pipeline of Rayner's empire. You'll need me to identify the cash vault's location inside his compound. Overseas infiltration is not a spreadsheet audit, Lu Chen shot back, tone sharp with old soldier caution. Rayner's compound is ringed with landmines, sniper towers, round-the-clock armed patrols. You have zero combat training. One wrong move, and you'll be executed before I can pull you to safety. I'm not staying behind to wait while you walk into a death trap, Suwon countered, sliding her laptop closed and gathering the printed financial spreadsheets into a thick folder. I've studied Rayner's shipping schedule for 12 hours straight. I know when his supply boats arrive, when his mercenary shifts rotate, which warehouse holds the encrypted ledger drives that prove his bribery ring. Without that intel, you'll be blind inside his base. I'm coming with you. Lu Chen stared at her for a long beat, weighing the risks against the critical advantage her financial expertise offered. He could navigate gunfights and covert infiltration, but decoding layered offshore laundering networks was a skill he'd never been trained in. Without Suwon, even if he captured Rayner, the paper trail linking the trafficker to corrupt foreign officials would remain hidden, letting the bribed authorities rebuild the smuggling operation within months. Fine, he conceded at last. But you follow every order without hesitation the second we step foot on Havens Reach soil. No independent moves, no attempts to negotiate with mercenaries, no curiosity-driven detours inside the compound. If I tell you to hide, you vanish without a word. If I tell you to run, you don't look back. Suwon nodded firmly, folding the financial documents and sliding them into a waterproof protective sleeve. I'll stick to your six at all times. My only job is retrieving the ledgers and identifying the cash vault. Combat is entirely your responsibility. Lu Chen turned back to the tablet, pulling up satellite overhead imagery of Haven's Reach port, zooming in on a walled private waterfront compound on the city's southern coastline. Tall concrete walls topped with motion sensors, 4 watchtowers spaced evenly along the perimeter, dozens of covered storage warehouses and a 3-story central manor where Raynor resided. A private dock jutted out from the compound's rear wall, built exclusively for his unregistered arms cargo ships. Our entry point is the northern sewage outflow pipe. Lu Chen traced a thin blue line across the screen with his finger. It feeds directly into the compound's waste processing basement, unmonitored by patrols, only locked with a basic industrial bolt. The pre-staged agency gear will be hidden in a public storage unit 10 minutes walk from the sewage access. We take a midnight cargo ferry out of Newport tomorrow night. The boat's manifest lists us as freelance import clerks, no ties to intelligence or law enforcement. He paused, glancing at the bandage wrapped around his collarbone. I need to rest and recondition my injuries today. You spend the next 8 hours compiling every last financial lead on Raynor's vault access codes, any payment logs, security deposit records, coded transaction markers he uses to unlock the underground cash storage. Suwon nodded, already reopening her laptop to dive back into thousands of offshore banking records. The quiet hum of her keyboard filled the sparse studio as Lu Chen laid back on the thin mattress, closing his eyes to rest his body, yet his mind raced through every possible failure scenario for the upcoming cross-border mission. If they failed to seize the financial ledgers, Raynor's network would continue flooding the globe with weapons. If Suwon was captured, Raynor would torture her for every detail of their plan before broadcasting her execution on the dark web, just as Voss had planned for the analysts in the Newport warehouse. The weight of protecting a civilian while hunting a ruthless international trafficker settled heavy over his chest, heavier than any combat mission he'd run with Raven Squadron. Back then, every teammate carried a weapon, every operative knew how to survive enemy territory. Now he was responsible for a woman who only knew spreadsheets and city office hallways, a stranger who'd chosen to step into the bloodshed with him out of a desire to stop innocent suffering. The entire day slipped by in a blur of quiet preparation. Suwon spent hours cross-referencing thousands of encrypted wire transfers, isolating a repeating 6-digit numerical marker embedded in every payment routed to Raynor's private vault, likely the primary access code to the underground cash storage bunker beneath his manor. She printed out a color-coded map of the compound's internal layout, pieced together from shipping blueprints and public property records, marking watchtower blind spots, patrol rotation timelines, and the exact location of the ledger server room on the second floor of the central manor. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stripped his apartment of all identifying traces. He shredded every scrap of paper with his civilian alias, wiped all data from his cheap tablet and burner phones, disassembled the military hard drive and stowed it inside a waterproof metal canister to carry overseas. He visited the West Harbor Locker Bay 17 one final time to collect the agency's prepped travel documents, 2 forged biometric passports, ferry boarding permits, 2 compact suppressed pistols concealed inside hollowed travel luggage, lockpick sets, night vision goggles, and a small medical trauma kit packed with surgical-grade bandages, tourniquets, and painkillers. By sunset, the studio was stripped bare, no trace left that Lu Chen had lived there for 2 years. He paid a cash advance to the building landlord for early lease termination, leaving the key on the empty folding table before locking the front door for the last time. Suwon waited for him on the residential street curb, two small rolling travel bags at her feet, all her personal belongings condensed down to minimal essentials: no photos, no work ID, nothing that could link her back to Newport's municipal finance department if they were detained in Haven's Reach. "I resigned from my job this afternoon," she said as Lu Chen approached, picking up one of the rolling bags to lighten her load. "Sent an anonymous resignation email to my supervisor, no forwarding contact information. If we don't come back, there's no trail connecting me to the federal task force or the Iron Fist investigation." Lu Chen shot her a quick glance, surprised by how thoroughly she'd severed her civilian life. "You didn't have to sacrifice your career for this mission." "I sacrificed it the second those loan shark mercenaries dragged me off the riverfront," Suwon replied, staring out at the neon glow of downtown Newport stretching across the river. "Going back to sitting in an office, pretending none of this violence exists, would feel like running away from every person Raynor's guns will kill. This is the only way to close the book entirely." They caught a late taxi to the waterfront ferry terminal, arriving an hour before midnight boarding. The port bustled with cargo workers, long-haul truck drivers, and international merchants hauling crates of imported goods onto the overnight vessel bound for the southern hemisphere coastal trade routes. Lu Chen kept his hood drawn low, positioning himself between Suwon and the line of security cameras lining the terminal walkways, his old special forces instinct automatically mapping every guard, every surveillance lens, every potential escape route through the shipping stacks if trouble erupted. At the boarding gate, the customs officer scanned their forged passports without suspicion, stamping the travel permits and waving them onto the lower passenger deck of the cargo ferry. The ship was massive, hundreds of metal shipping containers stacked across its main deck, passenger cabins cramped and tucked along the starboard side, far from the cargo hold where illegal goods were typically hidden. They locked themselves inside a tiny two-person cabin the second they boarded, sliding a metal luggage rack against the door as a makeshift barricade to block unwanted entry. The room held only two narrow bunk beds, a cracked wash basin, and a small porthole window overlooking the dark ocean waves. Suwon spread her compound layout map across the thin mattress, tracing the underground vault entrance with her finger. "The 6-digit code I pulled from the wire transfers unlocks the vault's outer steel door, but the inner safety chamber requires a biometric scan of Raynor's palm. We can't hack or bypass it. We'll need to capture his palm print somehow to access the billions in cash and encrypted ledgers stored inside." Lu Chen leaned over the map, marking the second-floor manor office where Raynor slept each night, a private suite separated from the rest of the compound by two locked security doors and a permanent two-man guard detail posted outside the hallway. "I'll neutralize the overnight guards while you sneak into his suite to lift a palm print from his personal desk tablet. Once we have the biometric data, we move straight to the basement vault, copy all ledger files onto encrypted USB drives, plant timed incendiary charges on the cash stacks to burn the entire supply of bribe money once we evacuate the compound." "Where do we evacuate after completing the objective?" Suwon asked, folding the map back up and tucking it into her waterproof sleeve. "Prearranged small fishing boat anchored 3 kilometers off Haven's Reach northern coastline," Lu Chen answered. "The agency arranged a freelance fisherman to extract us 12 hours after our ferry docks. If we miss the extraction window, there's no secondary escape plan. We'll be stranded in a city fully controlled by Raynor's bribed police and mercenary army." A low horn blared across the ferry deck, the ship's engines roaring to life as the vessel pulled away from Newport's harbor, gliding out into the black ocean. Lu Chen stepped to the porthole, watching the city's neon skyline shrink into faint-colored pinpricks far behind them, the life he'd tried to rebuild fading into the night. He'd thought leaving Raven Squadron meant an end to battle, to loss, to the endless weight of saving strangers at the cost of his own peace. But Iron Fist's global trafficking network had proven violence never truly stayed buried. It only shifted locations, hid behind offshore bank accounts and bribed government officials, waiting for someone to step forward and cut its roots out entirely. Suwon settled onto the opposite bunk, folding her hands in her lap, her gaze soft as she watched Lu Chen staring out the window. "What happened to make you walk away from the military 6 years ago? You never told me the full story back at the apartment." Lu Chen hesitated, the memory of the destroyed border village clawing at the back of his throat, a memory he'd locked away for years without speaking of it to anyone. But confined in the tiny cabin, miles out at sea with no distractions, the wall he'd built around his past cracked open a fraction. Raven Squadron was ordered to raid a suspected terrorist arms camp hidden in a remote Central Asian village, he said quietly, voice barely audible over the ship's rumbling engines. Intelligence claimed the settlement only housed insurgents and weapons stockpiles. "We hit the compound at dawn with suppressed ordnance, cleared every building room by room. After the smoke cleared, we found dozens of unarmed villagers, women, children, elderly civilians trapped in the crossfire, killed by our airstrikes before we realized the agency intel was fake. The terrorists had deliberately hidden their supply cache inside a civilian village to shield themselves from retaliation." He paused, jaw tightening at the ghost of that morning's carnage. Command swept the incident under the rug, labeled the civilian casualties unavoidable collateral damage, refused to launch an investigation into the faulty intelligence report that sent us in. I filed my discharge paperwork the next week. I couldn't keep following orders that got innocent people killed for political agendas. Suwon stayed silent for a long moment, absorbing the weight of his trauma. "That's why you couldn't stand by and let Voss traffic weapons to civilian cities. You've spent 6 years carrying the guilt of those villagers, trying to make up for the lives you couldn't save back then." Lu Chen nodded once, turning back from the window to meet her eyes. "Saving people like you and the 3 analysts in Newport isn't repayment. It's the only way I know how to keep more villages, more ordinary people, from ending up caught in the crossfire again." The ship rocked gently over rolling ocean swells as midnight stretched into early morning. Suwon curled onto her bunk to rest, exhaustion pulling her into a fitful sleep, while Lu Chen remained awake, standing sentinel beside the cabin door, his hand resting lightly on the concealed pistol tucked inside his luggage. Sleep had never come easy to him during transit to an active mission zone, his brain stayed locked in high alert, running through every possible flaw in their Haven's Reach infiltration plan on a constant loop, hunting for gaps that could get them both killed before they even reached the port city shores. Chapter 9, Haven's Reach, City of Bribes and Guns. 3 full days passed aboard the cargo ferry as it cut across open Southern Ocean waters, stopping briefly at 2 remote trade islands to offload and pick up shipping containers before finally approaching Haven's Reach coastline at dawn on the 4th day. From the porthole window, the city stretched along a wide curved bay, low-rise concrete buildings clustered tight against the waterfront, weathered wooden docks lined with unregistered fishing boats and oversized cargo vessels flying unmarked black flags, Rainer's private arms ships. The sky hung heavy with gray coastal haze, salt wind whipping across the deck as the ferry dropped anchor in the main harbor, waiting for local customs inspectors to board and clear incoming passengers. Lu Chen pulled his hood over his head, pressing a small black disposable mask over his nose and mouth to obscure his facial features, while Suwon tucked her hair under a loose canvas cap, keeping her gaze downcast to avoid direct eye contact with any port officials loitering on the dock. Local officers boarded the ferry an hour later, uniform shirts unbuttoned, Gold rings glinting on their fingers, luxuries impossible on standard civil servant salaries, clear proof of Rayner's monthly bribe payouts. They wandered the passenger deck casually, checking passports with minimal attention, pausing only to collect thick cash bribes from shipping merchants hauling large cargo crates. No security scans, no cargo X-ray checks, no background cross-references against international crime databases. Iron Fist's corruption of the city's entire port system was complete. Lu Chen and Suwan walked off the ferry unimpeded, their forged paperwork accepted without a single question. They grabbed their rolling luggage and melted into the crowded waterfront pedestrian market, a maze of street vendors selling seafood, cheap imported clothing, and counterfeit electronics, crowds of local laborers and foreign mercenaries mingling freely with ordinary townsfolk. Storage unit is 10 minutes northwest of the main dock, Lu Chen murmured low beside Suwan, keeping his voice hidden by the bustle of market chatter. We retrieve the agency gear first, then locate a temporary rental apartment within walking distance of Rayner's compound to plan tonight's infiltration. They wound through narrow cobblestone side streets lined with mold-stained concrete apartment blocks, stray dogs wandering the gutters, faded propaganda posters for the city's bribed mayor taped to every wall. Every few blocks, they spotted armed mercenaries in black tactical uniforms patrolling intersections, carrying military assault rifles openly without interference from local police. Iron Fist's private army operated as the de facto law of Haven's Reach, unchallenged by any official authority. The public storage facility sat tucked behind a row of abandoned fish processing plants, a small single-story concrete building with rows of locked metal lockers along its back wall. Lu Chen spoke the secondary coded phrase provided by the agency handler to the elderly caretaker manning the front desk, who wordlessly handed over a brass locker key without asking for identification. Inside the designated storage bay sat a large unmarked canvas duffel bag, heavy with equipment, 2 full sets of matte black lightweight tactical uniforms, bulletproof vests, suppressor attachments for their pistols, a compact thermal vision scanner to detect human heat signatures through walls, timed incendiary explosive charges, extra ammunition magazines, and a thin portable palm print lifting kit with silicone molding paste and digital scanner to copy biometric data without alerting the target. They split the gear evenly between their 2 rolling travel bags, concealing the tactical clothing and weapons beneath layers of civilian casual wear to avoid drawing attention on the street, then locked the empty storage locker and left the facility quickly. 20 minutes later, they secured a cheap ground-floor studio apartment in a quiet residential alley half a mile from Rayner's walled waterfront compound, paying the landlord 3 weeks' rent in untraceable cash with no ID check required. The space was cramped, damp, and windowless on the side facing the street, ideal for staying hidden from passing mercenary patrols while they mapped the compound's every defense detail ahead of their midnight infiltration. Once the apartment door was locked and barricaded with a heavy wooden wardrobe pushed against the frame, Suwan spread her full-color compound blueprint across the tile floor, marking shift change timings for the watchtower sentries. Every 2 hours, a new squad of 4 mercenaries rotated patrol duty along the perimeter walls, leaving a 90-second blind spot at the northern sewage outflow pipe where they planned to breach the compound. Shift change hits exactly 0047 tonight, Suwan pointed to the highlighted timestamp on the map. That's our window to crawl through the sewage pipe into the basement waste processing room without being spotted by thermal tower scanners. The basement is only patrolled by 1 unarmed maintenance worker between midnight and 2 a.m. easy to subdue quietly if we cross paths. Lu Chen unpacked the thermal scanner from the duffel bag, powering it on and holding it up to the thin brick wall facing the compound's direction. Faint glowing orange blips dotted the screen, each representing a human heat signature inside the walled grounds, rotating patrols along the outer fence, 2 stationary sentries in each watchtower, clusters of mercenaries loitering near the central manor entrance, and a single large heat shape inside the second-floor master suite. Kale Rayner himself, still awake inside his private office hours before midnight. Rayner's not sleeping, Lu Chen noted, studying the thermal readout. He's holding a meeting with multiple subordinates in his suite. We'll have to delay the palm print extraction until after the meeting disperses, likely 1 or 2 hours past our initial breach window. He set the scanner down and pulled the tactical uniforms out of the bags, passing Suwon the smaller fitted vest and compact thigh holster rig built for her frame. Change into the gear once night fully falls. We leave this apartment at 0030, move on foot through the overgrown coastal brush to the sewage pipe access point, stay low and silent the entire way. Suwon folded the tactical uniform over a chair, her expression tight with quiet nervousness despite her steady resolve back in Newport. What happens if we're caught before we reach the vault? Split up immediately, Lu Chen answered without hesitation, the old Raven Squadron emergency protocol etched into his muscle memory. You head north toward the fishing boat extraction point, follow the coastline marker buoys the agency placed along the shore. I lead the mercenary squad away from your escape route, create a diversion with the incendiary charges on the outer storage warehouses. If one of us makes it to the boat, the fishermen wait 6 hours before departing. If both are captured, there's no negotiation. Rayner doesn't take hostages for ransom, he only uses captives for live dark web executions to intimidate rival smuggling rings. Suwon swallowed hard, but did not back down, reaching out to tap the printed ledger location on the map again. We won't get caught. We stick to the blind spots, move fast, grab the palm print, copy the financial files, burn the bribe cash vault, and evacuate before sunrise. As afternoon slipped into dusk, the sound of automatic gunfire echoed across the city from the direction of Rayner's compound. Mercenaries conducting live-fire weapons training on the private rear dock, testing the military-grade firearms they plan to ship to global gang clients over the coming weeks. The sharp cracks of gunshots hung thick in the salt coastal air, a brutal reminder of exactly what they'd come to Haven's Reach to destroy. Lu Chen stood at the apartment's narrow rear window, staring toward the distant concrete walls of the trafficker's manor, his fingers brushing the scar slicing across his collarbone from the Newport warehouse fire. 6 years of hiding from warfare had only led him deeper into its heart, but this time he would not stop halfway. Every offshore dollar in Rayner's vault, every gun stacked inside his storage warehouses, every bribe paid to corrupt officials fed a cycle of civilian death that he intended to sever completely tonight. Chapter 10, Midnight Breach, Sewage Pipe Infiltration. Darkness swallowed Haven's Reach entirely by midnight, thick gray cloud cover blotting out the moon and stars, leaving the waterfront compound lit only by harsh sweeping white spotlights mounted on the 4 watchtowers. Lu Chen and Suwon slipped out of their hidden apartment exactly at 0030, fully dressed in matte black tactical gear, bulletproof vests secured tight across their torsos, suppressed pistols holstered to their thighs, the palm print kit and encrypted USB drives tucked inside waterproof waist pouches. They traveled single file through waist-high coastal brush growing along the back edge of the residential district, mud soaking the cuffs of their tactical pants, salt marsh bugs buzzing around their masked faces. Lu Chen led the way, his night vision goggles flipped down over his eyes, scanning every shadow for mercenary patrols or hidden motion sensors buried beneath the overgrown foliage. Suwon followed inches behind him, her gaze locked on the printed compound map folded in her palm, counting down the minutes until the 0047 shift change blind spot opened at the northern sewage pipe. At 0045, they crouched low behind a tangled thicket of mangrove trees 50 meters from the compound's razor wire perimeter fence, watching the four-man patrol squad marching along the wall's inner sidewalk, their boots crunching gravel as they approached the sewage outflow blind spot. The sentries carried heavy assault rifles slung over their shoulders, talking loudly in rough foreign accents, unaware of the two intruders hidden in the marsh brush outside the wall. Precisely at 0047, a replacement patrol squad rounded the far corner of the compound, the two groups pausing to exchange quick hand signals and verbal shift reports. The original four mercenaries turned and marched toward the main manor to finish their rotation, leaving the northern fence stretch unguarded for the critical 90-second window Lu Chen and Suwan had planned around. "Now," Lu Chen whispered, pushing himself forward through the mud in a low sprint, Suwan hot on his heels. They dropped to their stomachs beneath the loose bottom strand of the razor wire, wriggling under the metal barrier without making a single scraping noise, then scrambled toward the rusted metal sewage pipe mouth half buried in the muddy embankment below the wall. Lu Chen pulled his lockpick set from his waist pouch, twisting the rusted industrial bolt locking the pipe's outer metal grate open in 3 fluid motions, silently swinging the barrier aside to reveal the narrow dark tunnel leading into the compound's basement waste processing room. He gestured for Suwan to crawl inside first, covering her retreat into the pipe while scanning the wall above for any returning sentries. Suwan slipped into the damp, mold-lined tunnel, moving forward on hands and knees, her own compact night vision goggles cutting through the pitch-black interior. Lu Chen followed seconds later, sliding the metal grate back into place behind them to hide the breach point from any passing patrols, relocking the bolt loosely so it appeared untouched from the outside. The sewage tunnel stretched 70 meters underground, stagnant wastewater pooling along the bottom, the air thick with rotting fish and chemical waste fumes from the compound's abandoned fish processing storage sheds above ground. They moved at a slow, steady crawl, careful not to splash the standing water and create echoing noise that could travel up the pipe to the basement levels above. 10 minutes after entering the tunnel, they reached the inner metal grate blocking the exit into the waste processing basement. Lu Chen picked the lock once more, pushing the grate open a crack first to listen for movement inside the underground room. A lone maintenance worker hummed a low off-key tune, clattering metal cleaning tools against a concrete sink, completely oblivious to the intruders hidden beneath his feet. Lu Chen slid the grate fully open, stepping out into the basement in one silent fluid motion, Suwan right behind him. The maintenance worker's back was turned to the tunnel entrance, bent over scrubbing grease off industrial drainage filters stacked along the wall. Before the man could register their presence, Lu Chen crossed the basement in 3 long strides, clamping a gloved hand tight over his mouth to muffle any scream, driving the hilt of his combat knife into the base of his skull to render him instantly unconscious. He lowered the worker's limp body gently onto a pile of discarded rubber storage tarps in the corner of the basement, covering the man with a heavy plastic sheet to hide him from any mercenaries who might wander down for maintenance checks later. "Basement clear," Lu Chen murmured to Suwan, gesturing toward a narrow metal staircase bolted to the far concrete wall, leading upward to the first-floor storage hall connecting to the central manor wing. "Stick close to the wall, stay out of camera lines. The manor's second-floor master suite is our primary target. First we grab Rainer's palm print before hitting the underground vault." They climbed the metal stairs one step at a time, the metal tread silent beneath their rubber tactical boots, pausing halfway up to listen for movement on the first floor above. Muffled laughter and clinking glass echoed down the stairwell from the manor's ground floor lounge area, where a group of Rainer's top mercenary lieutenants were drinking and playing card games long after their midnight meeting had wrapped up. Lu Chen waited for a loud burst of cheering from the lounge to mask their footsteps, then sprinted up the final flight of stairs onto the first-floor landing, Suwan staying pressed tight against his back as they slipped into a shadowed side hallway leading toward the manor's private second-floor suites. Surveillance cameras mounted on the ceiling tracked every main corridor, red infrared scanning lights sweeping back and forth across the tile floors. Lu Chen mapped the camera rotation intervals in his head, timing their movements to dart between concrete support pillars during the split-second blind spots between each lens sweep. After navigating 3 interconnected hallways, they reached a narrow stairwell marked private quarters, no staff access, a single locked steel door blocking the ascent to the second-floor master suite wing. 2 armed mercenary guards stood posted outside the stairwell door, heavy machine guns resting across their chests, chatting lazily about upcoming arms shipments to overseas client gangs. Lu Chen pulled a small flashbang distraction device from his waist pouch, removing the safety pin and tossing it around the far hallway corner, out of the guard's direct line of sight. The device detonated with a blinding white flash and sharp deafening crack, disorienting the 2 sentries completely. They stumbled backward, raising their weapons blindly toward the noise source, their vision and hearing overwhelmed by the blast. Lu Chen charged around the corner in the split second of their disorientation, striking the first guard's wrist to knock his machine gun free before driving a knee hard into his ribs. The second guard squeezed off one wild bullet that buried itself harmlessly in the plaster wall, before Lu Chen's forearm locked around his throat, cutting off his airflow and knocking him unconscious within 2 seconds. He dragged both fallen sentries into an unused storage closet off the hallway, sliding a heavy metal shelving unit in front of the closet door to hide their bodies temporarily, then returned to the steel stairwell door and picked its electronic lock with a compact decoder tool from his kit. The panel flashed green, the door hissing open to reveal the narrow carpeted stairwell leading up to Rayner's private second-floor suite. Only 1 guard posted at the top landing, Lu Chen whispered, nodding toward the faint glow of a flashlight visible at the stairwell's upper end. "I'll neutralize him alone, you wait here until I signal you to follow up." Once inside the suite, head straight for the wooden desk beside the floor-to-ceiling window. His personal tablet sits there. The surface will have a clear palm print we can lift with the silicone molding kit. Suwan nodded, clutching the palm print scanner pouch tight in her gloved hand, pressing herself flat against the stairwell wall to stay hidden as Lu Chen crept upward toward the landing. The single sentry stationed outside Rayner's suite door leaned against the wall scrolling through a cell phone, his assault rifle slung loosely over one shoulder, half asleep from the long midnight shift. Lu Chen closed the distance without a sound, clamping a gloved palm over the man's mouth before he could shout, driving a precise elbow strike to the temple that dropped him to the carpeted floor instantly. He tapped 2 quick silent knocks against the stairwell railing, the prearranged signal for Suwan to ascend. She hurried up the stairs, stepping over the unconscious guard's body and following Lu Chen to the heavy oak master suite door, which stood unlocked slightly ajar. Rayner had dismissed his security detail for the night after his lieutenant meeting, confident no intruder could breach the compound's outer perimeter defenses. Lu Chen pushed the door open a fraction of an inch, scanning the suite interior with his thermal scanner to confirm only one heat signature occupied the room. Kyle Rayner himself, slouched in a leather armchair beside the window, sipping whiskey while scrolling through shipment manifests on his desk tablet, completely unaware 2 intruders stood inches from his doorway. The critical phase of their mission had arrived. All that stood between them and the billions in bribe cash, encrypted global arms trafficking ledgers, and the chance to dismantle Iron Fist's entire overseas network was a single unguarded private suite, and one ruthless trafficker who would kill them without hesitation if discovered. Echoes of the Shadow City. Rain lashed Newport City's neon-lit streets, splitting glowing advertisement signs into shattered streaks of color across wet asphalt. It was 2 in the morning, down a narrow back alley behind the waterfront bar. The air reeked of cheap liquor, stagnant rainwater, and faint iron tang of blood. Lu Chen leaned against a frigid brick wall, the hood of his black sweatshirt pulled low to mask most of his face. Only a sharp, rigid jawline and a pair of unnervingly calm eyes peeked out from the shadow. His left hand rested casually in his pocket, while his right hung loose at his side, knuckles flushed pink from impact. 3 burly men lay crumpled on the ground, unconscious. The sharp crack of broken nasal cartilage still lingered faintly in the damp air. The whole takedown had lasted less than 3 seconds. No flashy stunts, no roaring threats, only precise strikes, instantaneous suppression, decisive finishes. These instincts had been carved into his bones 6 years prior, back when he served as the core operative of Raven Squadron, a top-secret global special task force buried deep within military archives. "Who on earth are you?" A trembling female voice echoed from the alley mouth. Suwon stood framed by sheets of pouring rain, her white sundress soaked through, clinging thinly to her frame. She'd only cut through this shortcut on her way home from work, stumbling straight into this eerie, terrifying scene. She'd seen street fights, drunk brawls, petty gang harassment, but never anyone like him. He'd neutralized 3 towering enforcers without a single messy wound on his own body, his breathing steady as stagnant lake water. There was no bloodlust in his gaze, just a weary, detached indifference, as if the fight had been nothing more than brushing away a stray speck of dust. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over her. His eyes were ice cold, cutting through the noisy downpour, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. "A passerby," he rumbled, his voice low and flat, stripped of all emotion. With that, he turned to leave, no explanations, no small talk. He paid no mind to the unconscious men sprawled behind him, nor the witness standing frozen in the rain. Suwon stepped forward instinctively, calling after his retreating back, "They work for an underground casino. I fell behind on a high-interest loan. They were dragging me back to settle the debt. You saved me. Name your price, I'll pay you back however I can." Lu Chen never paused his stride, tossing a single line over his shoulder without glancing back. "Keep it. Don't walk dark alleys after midnight next time." Rain sluiced down his broad, solitary frame. He moved through the glittering metropolitan chaos like a ghost, a man forged for battle yet trapped in a civilian world that had no place for his brutal skills. He thought he'd left warfare and bloodshed buried overseas forever, but the city's criminal underbelly was already stirring, and old enemies from his squadron's past were creeping into Newport's shadows, set to drag him back into the violence he'd spent years running from. A faint buzz vibrated in the hidden tactical earpiece tucked beneath his hood. A coded encrypted message popped up on the microdisplay sewn inside his sleeve, an emergency recall order from the agency he'd abandoned. The quiet civilian life he'd barely clung to was already unraveling. The war wasn't over. It had merely followed him home. Echoes of the Shadow City continuous full serial, extended to 100,000 words standard arc. Chapter 2, Encrypted Signal. The rain kept hammering the city long after Lu Chen vanished into the maze of downtown side streets. Suwon stood alone in the puddled alley, staring blankly at the empty darkness where his silhouette had dissolved. The 3 lone shark thugs groaned on the concrete, their limbs twisted awkwardly, none conscious enough to chase her down. She fumbled for her phone and dialed the police non-emergency line, voice still shaking as she described the assault attempt, careful not to mention the mysterious hooded man who'd intervened. She had no name, no face to offer authorities, only a vague memory of cold eyes and a voice devoid of warmth. Lu Chen cut through pedestrian overpasses, sticking to shadowed pedestrian walkways to avoid security cameras. 6 years of black ops conditioning made him map surveillance blind, every lens, motion sensor, and patrol route registered in his subconscious before he stepped into its line of sight. The tactical earpiece under his hood vibrated again, 3 short pulses followed by a long hum, the highest priority emergency code Raven Squadron had ever used. He ducked into an abandoned underground subway maintenance tunnel, out of cell tower and camera range, and tapped the microdisplay woven into his left sleeve cuff. Lines of glowing alphanumeric cipher flooded the tiny screen, decoded instantly by the military chip embedded under his wrist skin. Raven 1, Asset Gamma compromised. Former Central Asian insurgent cell Iron Fist relocated all operations to Newport City. Lead operative Voss, your former field partner, defected 3 months prior, now supplying military-grade firearms to local underground syndicates. Witness testimony confirms Voss holds captive 3 civilian intelligence analysts embedded within municipal finance bureaus. Agency extraction delayed, all active Raven operatives are flagged for international surveillance. You are the only off-the-books asset within city limits with clear cover. Mission: locate hostages, neutralize Voss, dismantle Iron Fist supply chain. No backup, no official support. Contact channel: hidden storage locker at West Harbor Terminal, Bay 17, code phrase Tide erases tracks. Disregard civilian interference protocols if mission integrity is threatened. Lu Chen's jaw tightened. Voss, the name dragged a flood of buried memories to the surface. Desert combat missions, shared rations in bombed-out safe houses, a bullet meant for Lu Chen that Voss had taken to the shoulder back in 2020. They'd trusted each other with their lives for 4 years. Defection was unthinkable, yet the encrypted agency data left zero room for doubt. He'd walked away from Raven voluntarily after a classified operation left dozens of innocent villagers caught in crossfire, filing a voluntary discharge and vanishing into civilian life under a forged identity, working odd construction shifts to stay off global intelligence radars. He'd spent 2 years building a quiet, unremarkable routine, convinced bloodshed was a chapter sealed shut forever. Now his past had crashed into the neon chaos of Newport without warning. He stuffed his hands into his hoodie pockets, fingers brushing against a folded old photograph tucked inside the lining. His sister, dead at 18 during a cross-border terrorist attack he'd failed to stop years before. That loss had fueled his enlistment, that same guilt had pushed him to abandon the military entirely. If Voss was trafficking weapons to criminals who targeted ordinary people like Suwon tonight, he could not walk away again. A distant footstep echoed through the tunnel behind him. Lu Chen's body shifted into a low combat stance on instinct, weight balanced evenly across the balls of his feet, muscles coiled to strike before he registered the sound. A young homeless man clutching a tattered sleeping bag rounded the bend, froze when he spotted Lu Chen's rigid posture, then scrambled backward in terror and fled back toward the tunnel entrance. Lu Chen relaxed his stance, exhaling slowly. The civilian world had no tolerance for the constant fight or flight reflex burned into his nervous system. It made him a monster in plain sight, a weapon misplaced among grocery stores and office skyscrapers. He exited the maintenance tunnel on the industrial west side of town, a stretch lined with derelict warehouses and shipping depots. Dawn was bleeding pale gray over the ocean horizon, rain thinning to a cold drizzle. His small rented apartment sat 3 miles north, a cramped studio above a laundromat with no smart locks, no connected appliances, his entire cover built around invisibility. He could not return there now. Voss had access to agency tracking tools. If the defector knew Lu Chen was active in Newport, his apartment would be staked out within hours, rigged with surveillance bugs or even lethal traps. Lu Chen altered his route, looping through a wholesale seafood market to lose any potential tails, buying a cheap disposable rain jacket and a black baseball cap from a street vendor to swap out his hoodie disguise. He kept his head down, eyes scanning every face in the crowd for the distinct gait of trained mercenaries or undercover agents. Most passers-by were bleary-eyed morning commuters, fishermen hauling crates of frozen fish, cafe staff unlocking shop fronts, ordinary people unaware the city's criminal foundation was about to erupt into full-scale warfare. Half an hour later, he reached West Harbor Terminal. Shipping containers stacked dozens high lined the waterfront, cargo ships idling offshore waiting to unload. Bay 17 sat isolated at the far end of the pier, a rusted metal storage locker bolted to a concrete piling. Lu Chen glanced left and right, confirming no dock workers or security guards lingered nearby, then stepped up to the locker and spoke the coded phrase under his breath against the lock panel. A small digital scanner lit green, the metal door clicking open with a low groan. Inside lay a canvas tactical backpack, stripped of all military branding, a loaded compact submachine gun disassembled into separate padded compartments, 2 silenced pistols, extra ammunition, a set of lock-picking tools, a fake passport under a secondary alias, and a thin manila folder stamped with the Raven Squadron Black Raven insignia. Lu Chen slung the backpack over one shoulder, closed the locker, and relocked it. He flipped open the folder to scan printed intelligence photos, Voss's current mugshot, scar slicing through his right eyebrow, a warehouse address in the southern industrial zone marked as Iron Fist's primary arms cache, and headshots of the 3 captured civilian analysts, 2 women, 1 man, all mid-30s, government finance specialists who'd uncovered illegal arms funding routed through city offshore shell companies. A line of typed note at the bottom of the folder sent a cold chill down Lu Chen's spine. Voss intends to execute the hostages at sunset tomorrow, broadcasting the murder live on dark web streaming platforms to intimidate city officials into halting all anti-trafficking investigations. Lu Chen folded the folder shut and tucked it inside his jacket. He had roughly 30 hours to infiltrate the warehouse compound, extract 3 hostages, and neutralize his former partner before the deadline. No backup, no legal immunity, no way to contact local law enforcement without exposing his classified military background. If he failed, 3 innocent civilians would die on camera, and thousands of high-powered weapons would flood Newport's gang territories, sparking a city-wide crime wave. He turned away from the harbor, walking toward the downtown commercial district to find temporary shelter. As he crossed a pedestrian bridge overlooking the Central River, he spotted Suwon standing on the riverfront sidewalk a block below, staring out over the water, clutching her phone tightly. She appeared to be waiting for a taxi, her damp white dress replaced with a loose gray coat borrowed from somewhere. Lu Chen paused, half hidden behind a steel bridge pillar, debating whether to approach her. She was tangled up in the underground casino's debt racket, a loose thread that could lead Iron Fist enforcers straight to him if they connected her encounter with the mysterious hooded man last night. Interacting with her risked blowing his cover entirely. Yet he could not shake the memory of her terrified expression in the rain, cornered by violent men over money she likely had no means to repay. The old soldier's protective instinct warred with the tactical logic drilled into him over years of covert missions. Before he could make a decision, a black unmarked sedan pulled up beside Suwon on the curb. 2 large men in dark suits stepped out, grabbing her arms before she could run. She screamed, kicking wildly, but they dragged her toward the back seat of the vehicle without hesitation. Lu Chen's hand tightened around the strap of his tactical backpack. Voss's men were already rounding up anyone linked to the underground casino debt ring. Suwon was now a prisoner, collateral to pressure the casino owner into cooperating with Iron Fist's arms smuggling operation. He could not leave her to suffer the same fate as the captured analysts. He descended the bridge steps at a fast, controlled jog, staying low to avoid drawing attention, tracking the black sedan as it pulled away from the riverfront and merged onto the highway heading south toward the industrial zone. The car held 4 armed mercenaries, judging by the silhouettes visible through the tinted windows. Lu Chen slipped into a beat-up unoccupied delivery bike parked outside a closed bakery, hotwiring the ignition in less than 10 seconds, and gave chase, weaving through morning traffic while keeping a safe distance so the sedan's occupants would not spot his pursuit. Chapter 3, Warehouse Perimeter. The sedan carried Suwon 30 minutes south, exiting the highway into a labyrinth of abandoned manufacturing plants, chain-link fences topped with razor wire, and rusted drainage ditches reeking of chemical waste. The sky had fully brightened now, pale sunlight filtering through smog to cast dull gray light over the derelict landscape. Lu Chen parked the stolen delivery bike half a mile from the target warehouse complex marked in his intelligence folder, concealing it behind a pile of discarded steel pipes, then hiked the remaining distance on foot through overgrown brush to avoid visible road access. He pulled compact binoculars from his tactical pack and raised them to his eyes, scanning the compound layout. A single massive 3-story warehouse stood at the center of the fenced perimeter, surrounded by 6 smaller auxiliary storage sheds. 4 mercenary sentries patrolled the outer fence on rotating shifts, each armed with military-grade assault rifles, body armor, and tactical radios. 2 guard towers loomed at opposite corners of the fence, spotlights sweeping the grounds non-stop, motion sensors embedded along every stretch of razor wire. A side-loading bay sat on the west wall of the main warehouse, where 3 more armed men unloaded wooden crates off a flatbed truck, crates clearly stamped with foreign firearms manufacturing labels, confirming this was Iron Fist's primary arms storage facility. Lu Chen catalogued every weakness in the compound's defenses silently, mapping patrol routes, spotlight rotation intervals, blind spots created by stacked metal shipping containers near the northern fence line. The hostages and Suwon were likely held inside the top floor of the main warehouse, a secure locked room with reinforced steel doors, standard procedure for mercenary holding sites. Voss himself would occupy the central office on the 2nd floor, coordinating shipments and planning the live execution stream scheduled for tomorrow evening. He lowered the binoculars and retreated deeper into the thick shrubbery to plan his infiltration. A direct frontal assault was suicide. 14 visible armed guards, unknown hidden snipers, motion detection systems that would trigger immediate gunfire if breached. Sneaking through the main loading bay was equally risky, constant foot traffic and security cameras monitored every inch of the entryway. The only viable opening was a cracked drainage pipe buried beneath the northern fence, wide enough for a single adult to crawl through, partially obscured by overgrown weeds that blocked the motion sensor's line of sight. The pipe led straight into the warehouse's basement utility room, an unguarded maintenance zone rarely patrolled by sentries. Lu Chen stripped off the disposable rain jacket and baseball cap, donning a fitted black tactical long-sleeve shirt and lightweight bulletproof vest pulled from his backpack, strapping the silenced pistols to thigh holsters and sliding a compact combat knife into a sheath along his forearm. He disassembled the submachine gun and reassembled it in under 8 seconds, attaching the suppressor and tucking the weapon into a crossbody sling across his chest. He coated his exposed knuckles and jawline with matte black camouflage paste from a small tube in his pack, erasing all distinguishable facial features for low-light movement inside the warehouse. He waited for the next spotlight sweep to pass over the northern fence blind spot, then sprinted low across the open dirt ground between the brush and the wire barrier, dropping flat to the mud as a patrolling guard turned in his direction. The guard smoked a cigarette, staring out over the empty field for 10 slow seconds before turning to resume his circuit along the fence. Lu Chen seized the gap, wriggling under the loose bottom strand of razor wire without making a sound, dropping onto his stomach to crawl into the cracked drainage pipe. The tunnel was narrow, damp, lined with slimy mold and stagnant wastewater. Lu Chen moved forward on hands and knees, his night vision goggles flipped down over his eyes to cut through total darkness, muffling his breathing to avoid echoing noise that could alert anyone above ground. After roughly 70 meters of crawling, he reached a metal grate blocking the pipe's exit into the warehouse basement. He pulled his lockpick set from his pocket, twisting the grate's rusted bolt lock open in 3 fluid movements, pushing the metal barrier aside silently and slipping out into the concrete basement. Stacked metal barrels filled most of the basement space, filled with gunpowder and ammunition canisters, their labels printed in unrecognizable Eastern European script. A single flickering fluorescent bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh flickering shadows across the walls. No guards patrolled the basement, matching the intelligence file's notes on weak utility security. Lu Chen crept toward a narrow metal staircase bolted to the far wall, leading upward to the first floor of the warehouse, pausing halfway up to listen for movement above. Muffled voices echoed down the stairwell, thick foreign accents mixed with broken local dialect. 2 mercenaries loitered on the first floor landing, drinking bottled beer and arguing over an upcoming weapons shipment to a downtown street gang. Lu Chen gripped his combat knife tightly, calculating the exact window to neutralize both men without alerting anyone else in the building. He waited until their argument reached a shouting peak, their voices drowning out all ambient noise, then surged up the stairs in one smooth burst of motion. The first guard barely registered movement before Lu Chen's forearm locked around his throat, the knife pressed light against his jugular to cut off any scream. A single precise twist of the wrist rendered the man unconscious within 2 seconds, his body lowered gently to the concrete floor to avoid a loud thud. The second guard spun around, reaching for the rifle slung over his shoulder, but Lu Chen stepped inside his swing range, driving an open palm strike straight into the man's solar plexus. The mercenary doubled over, gasping for air, a sharp elbow to the temple knocked him cold instantly. Lu Chen dragged both unconscious bodies behind a stack of metal supply crates, covering them with a discarded tarp to hide their forms from passing patrols. He stepped onto the first floor proper, scanning rows upon rows of stacked firearms crates, handguns, assault rifles, sniper rifles lined up on metal workbenches for cleaning and repackaging. This single warehouse held enough firepower to arm an entire private militia. Lu Chen's jaw tightened with quiet rage. Voss had not just defected, he was flooding civilian cities with lethal weapons for profit, abandoning every moral code they'd sworn to uphold during their Raven Squadron service. Footsteps boomed from the second-floor stairwell above. Lu Chen flattened himself against a tall stack of rifle crates, drawing one silenced pistol and holding it low at his hip, ready to fire if the approaching mercenary rounded the corner. A lone guard descended, carrying a clipboard full of shipment manifests, oblivious to the intruder hidden feet away. Lu Chen waited until the man's back was fully turned, then closed the distance in 3 silent strides, clamping a hand over his mouth and jabbing the knife's hilt into the base of his skull. The guard crumpled without a sound, the clipboard clattering to the floor. Lu Chen caught it mid-fall to silence the noise, setting it gently on a crate beside the unconscious man. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, the headquarters level where Voss operated. Multiple closed offices lined the hallway, one door propped open with a metal chair, loud conversation spilling out into the corridor. Lu Chen pressed his ear against the wall beside the open doorway, listening to Voss's unmistakable gravelly voice speak to an unknown associate over a satellite phone. The 3 analysts stay locked on the 3rd floor until sunset tomorrow. Stream their execution live on every major dark web hub. Any city councilor blocking our shipping permits gets the same treatment. The girl we picked up from the riverfront, lock her in the spare holding cell next to the hostages. Her casino boss owes us $500,000 in arms fees, We'll use her to force full payment before we dispose of her once the broadcast wraps up. Suwon was alive, held on the third floor alongside the captured government analysts. Lu Chen's grip on his pistol loosened slightly, relieved he had not arrived too late to save her. Voss finished his phone call, hanging up and barking an order to two mercenaries standing inside his office. Double patrols on the third floor. No one enters the holding wing without my direct authorization. If any intruder breaches the compound, shoot to kill on sight. No prisoners, no warnings. Lu Chen stepped back from the wall, retreating down the hallway to a shadowed alcove out of sight of the office doorway. He needed to reach the third floor holding cells first, extract Suwon and the three hostages before confronting Voss directly. Taking out the defector now would trigger immediate chaos across the warehouse, every mercenary swarming the second floor to defend their leader, leaving the captives vulnerable to execution during the crossfire. Rescue came first, revenge would wait until the innocents were safe. A second set of metal stairs at the far end of the hallway led upward to the third floor detention wing. Lu Chen moved quickly, staying pressed against the wall to avoid surveillance cameras mounted at every corridor intersection. Two armed guards stood posted at the top of the stairwell landing, heavy machine guns slung across their chests, monitoring the single steel door leading into the holding cell block. Taking both down simultaneously without alerting anyone inside the cells required flawless timing. Lu Chen retrieved a small metal flashbang distraction device from his tactical pack, removing the safety pin and tossing it around the corner of the hallway leading to the landing. The device detonated with a blinding white flash and deafening sharp crack, disorienting the two sentries instantly. They stumbled backward, raising their weapons blindly toward the noise source, vision and hearing overwhelmed by the blast. Lu Chen charged around the corner in the split second of their disorientation, striking the first guard's wrist to knock his machine gun free before driving a knee into his ribs. The second guard managed to squeeze off one wild bullet that buried itself harmlessly in the concrete wall, before Lu Chen's knife slid flat against his neck, rendering him immobile. Both men collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lu Chen picked the heavy steel cell block door's electronic lock using a decoder tool from his pack, the panel clicking green to unlock. He pushed the door open slowly, stepping into a narrow corridor lined with four separate reinforced holding cells, each sealed with thick transparent blast-resistant glass. The first three cells held the captured government analysts, huddled on thin metal cots, their wrists bound with plastic zip ties, exhausted and bruised from hours of interrogation. The fourth cell at the far end contained Suwon, curled into a tight ball on the cot, her gray coat torn at the sleeve, eyes red and swollen from crying. When she spotted Lu Chen's camouflaged face through the glass, she froze, shock replacing her despair. "You," she whispered, voice hoarse from disuse. Lu Chen held a single finger to his lips, signaling silence, then knelt at the cell's electronic lock panel, inputting a rapid series of decoded override codes to unlock all four cell doors at once. The glass barriers hissed as they slid open horizontally, releasing the captives. "Follow me, stay low, do not make noise," Lu Chen ordered in a quiet, sharp tone, tossing a pocket knife to each analyst to cut their wrist restraints. "We exit through the basement drainage tunnel. If we encounter guards, drop to the ground and hide behind cover. Do not attempt to run alone." The three analysts scrambled to their feet, gratitude mixed with terror etched across their faces, immediately cutting the plastic ties binding their hands. Suwon stood slowly, stepping out of her cell and moving to Lu Chen's side without hesitation, trusting the stranger who'd saved her twice in one single night. Before the group could take a single step toward the stairwell, a loud intercom speaker mounted on the wall crackled to life, Voss's cold voice echoing through every cell corridor. Intruder detected on third floor. All units converge on detention wing immediately. Kill the unknown male, bring the captives to my office alive. We move the live execution broadcast up to midday, no more waiting until sunset. Heavy boots thundered up the stairwell from the second floor, dozens of armed mercenaries rushing toward the holding cell block. Lu Chen spun around, positioning himself between the 4 civilians and the incoming attackers, both silenced, pistols drawn and raised at the ready. The fight to escape the warehouse compound had only just begun. Chapter 4, Bloodshed in the Warehouse Hallway. The first wave of mercenaries rounded the stairwell corner within seconds, assault rifles raised, bullets tearing through the air toward Lu Chen and the 4 civilians behind him. Lu Chen reacted faster than the human eye could track, grabbing Suwan by the arm and yanking her sideways behind a thick concrete support pillar, shouting for the 3 analysts to take cover behind metal cell bunk beds bolted to the floor. Silenced gunfire popped in rapid succession from Lu Chen's pistols, each shot landing a precise headshot on the front-line attackers. The suppressors muted the blasts to faint muffled cracks, avoiding drawing every guard in the warehouse to their exact location instantly. 3 mercenaries dropped to the floor dead before the rest of the squad could adjust their aim, their bodies blocking the narrow hallway to slow the incoming advance. Stick close to the wall, move toward the back stairwell. Lu Chen barked, firing 2 more rounds to wound a 4th guard attempting to circle around the pillar. The man clutched his bleeding thigh, collapsing with a scream, blocking the corridor further. The remaining 6 mercenaries split into 2 groups, one advancing forward down the main hallway, the other cutting through an unused storage closet to flank Lu Chen from the side. Lu Chen holstered one pistol, drawing his compact submachine gun and flicking off the safety, unleashing a controlled short burst of suppressed rounds into the flanking squad emerging from the closet. 2 men fell instantly, the other 3 retreated back into the small room, barricading the door with a heavy metal filing cabinet to avoid further gunfire. He spun back to the main hallway as fresh reinforcements poured up the stairs, at least 8 more armed men flooding onto the 3rd floor landing. Ammunition supplies in his pistols were running low, only 4 rounds left in each chamber. He could not hold off this many attackers with small arms alone for long. All of you, run to the basement stairs now. I'll cover your retreat. Lu Chen gestured toward a narrow emergency fire exit door at the far end of the cell corridor, a narrow metal staircase leading straight down to the 1st floor utility hallway that connected to the basement drainage tunnel. The 3 analysts hesitated, terrified to leave their only protector, but Suwan grabbed the nearest woman's wrist and tugged her toward the exit. He knows what he's doing, we slow him down if we stay, she urged, her voice steady despite obvious fear. The 4 civilians sprinted toward the fire door, fumbling with the emergency release bar to push it open and vanished down the metal stairwell. Lu Chen exhaled sharply, turning his full attention back to the advancing mercenary squad. He tossed a second flashbang grenade down the hallway, blinding the front line of attackers once more, then sprinted backward toward the fire exit, firing his last pistol rounds to take down 2 more guards mid-stagger from the blast. As the grenade's disorienting effect faded, he slammed the fire exit door shut behind him, sliding a heavy steel tool rack in front of the frame to jam it closed temporarily and block pursuit. He raced down the narrow metal stairs 3 steps at a time, catching up to the fleeing civilians halfway to the 1st floor. The group skidded to a halt on the utility landing, listening to the deafening crash of the barricaded door splintering open far above as mercenaries broke through the obstruction. Basement door straight ahead. Once we hit the drainage pipe, crawl through single file, no stopping, Lu Chen instructed, leading the way down the final flight of stairs back into the moldy underground utility room where he'd first infiltrated the warehouse. The moment they stepped foot in the basement, a lone mercenary posted to guard the ammunition barrels spun around, spotting the group and lifting his rifle to fire. Lu Chen lunged forward, tackling the man to the concrete before he could pull the trigger, driving an elbow into his jaw to knock him unconscious instantly. "Into the pipe, go now," Lu Chen ordered, stepping aside to let the civilians file into the narrow drainage tunnel one by one. Suwan hesitated at the pipe entrance, glancing back at Lu Chen with wide eyes. "Aren't you coming with us?" she asked quietly. "I have unfinished business here," Lu Chen replied flatly. "Once you reach the far end of the tunnel, follow the overgrown brush half a mile west. There's a stolen delivery bike hidden behind steel pipes. Ride it straight to Central Downtown, report everything you've seen to Federal Anti-Trafficking Task Force headquarters. Give them this." He pulled the manila intelligence folder containing Voss's plans and hostages' profiles from his jacket, pressing it into Suwan's hands. "Keep it hidden at all costs. Do not trust local police. Iron Fist has paid informants embedded in multiple precincts. Only speak directly to Federal Task Force agents." Suwan clutched the folder tight to her chest, her gaze lingering on his camouflaged face. "What's your name? At the very least, I need to know who saved our lives." Lu Chen paused for a fraction of a second, the old military codename rising unbidden to his lips before he suppressed it. He'd buried that identity 6 years prior. "Doesn't matter. Go." Suwan nodded, slipping into the drainage pipe to follow the 3 analysts ahead of her. Lu Chen watched their silhouettes shrink into the darkness of the tunnel until they vanished completely, then turned back toward the basement stairwell, gripping his submachine gun firmly. Voss remained on the second floor with at least a dozen unharmed mercenaries under his command. The arms cache full of illegal firearms still sat unguarded on the first floor. If he left now, Iron Fist would simply ship all the weapons out by sundown, and Voss would flee the city to set up new trafficking operations elsewhere. The mission was not complete until the weapons supply chain was destroyed and the defector neutralized. He climbed back up the basement stairs, stepping carefully over the unconscious guard he'd tackled moments before, and re-entered the first-floor arms storage hall. The sound of dozens of mercenaries' footsteps echoed from the third floor above, the squad searching the empty cell block for the escaped captives, shouting furious orders to split up and sweep every level of the warehouse building. Lu Chen moved silently between the towering stacks of gun crates, locating large plastic jugs of gasoline stored beside a metal workbench for cleaning weapon parts. He unscrewed the caps on 3 jugs, sloshing the flammable liquid across every crate of firearms, pooling gasoline along the base of the storage racks and the wooden shipping pallets holding thousands of rounds of ammunition. Once the entire arms cache was soaked in fuel, he pulled a waterproof storm lighter from his pocket, igniting a small flame between his fingers. This warehouse and every illegal weapon inside it would burn to ash, severing Iron Fist's regional supply chain entirely. The fire would draw city fire department and law enforcement to the compound, halting all arms shipments indefinitely and preventing Voss from fleeing with his stockpile. Before he lit the gasoline, a cold voice echoed from the far end of the storage hall, cutting through the hum of distant overhead fluorescent lights. "I knew you'd come back, Raven 1. Lu Chen's head snapped upward, locking eyes with Voss standing in the corridor leading to the second-floor offices, a silenced sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, 2 heavily armed bodyguards flanking him on either side. The scar slicing through Voss's right eyebrow stood out stark against his pale skin, a souvenir from their shared desert combat years. "6 years I wondered where you vanished to," Voss continued, stepping forward slowly, hands raised slightly to show he was not yet aiming his rifle. "I thought you'd drowned yourself in guilt over that village crossfire. Instead you hid in some backwater civilian city, playing construction worker, pretending all the blood on our hands never existed." Lu Chen tightened his grip on the submachine gun, his voice low and sharp. You betrayed every oath we swore. We fought to protect innocent people, not sell guns to gangsters and terrorists for profit. Voss let out a bitter, humorless laugh. The military threw us away once our missions were finished. No pensions, no recognition, no help processing the trauma from every person we killed on their orders. Why should I sacrifice myself for a government that discards operatives like broken equipment? Iron Fist pays better, gives me control, something Raven Squadron never offered. You're murdering civilians to line your pockets, Lu Chen retorted. Those 3 analysts, Suwan, dozens of innocent people caught in your trafficking crossfire, they don't deserve to die for your greed. Collateral damage, Voss shrugged, cold and unrepentant. Same as every classified op we ran side by side. You never had a problem with it back then. What changed you? My sister changed me, Lu Chen answered, the words rough with suppressed pain. She died because terrorist cells had unregulated weapons flooding border towns, weapons traffickers just like you supplied. I joined Raven to stop that cycle. Now you feed it? Voss's expression hardened, dropping all pretense of casual conversation. You've ruined my shipment schedule, let my hostages escape, destroyed my holding cells. I can't let you walk out of this warehouse alive. Kill him, he ordered the 2 bodyguards beside him. The mercenaries raised their assault rifles and opened fire immediately, bullets ricocheting off metal gun crates around Lu Chen's position. He dove behind a thick stack of steel ammunition lockers for cover, returning fire with short, controlled bursts from his submachine gun. One bodyguard took a bullet to the chest and collapsed instantly, the second ducked behind a concrete pillar to avoid incoming rounds, firing back wildly. Voss stepped backward into the second-floor stairwell doorway, lifting his sniper rifle to take aim at Lu Chen's exposed shoulder over the lockers. A high-powered bullet slammed into the metal barrier inches from Lu Chen's head, sending sharp shards of steel flying into his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood down his jaw. Lu Chen glanced at the gasoline-soaked gun crates behind him, the lighter still clutched in his free hand. If he ignited the fuel now, the entire first floor would erupt into flames within seconds, trapping both himself and Voss inside the burning warehouse. It was a high-risk gambit, but the only way to neutralize the arms cache and corner the defector at the same time. He rolled out from behind the lockers in a sudden sprint, ducking a second sniper round from Voss's rifle, and tossed the lit lighter onto the pool of gasoline spread across the wooden pallets. Flames exploded outward instantly, racing across the soaked crates in a wall of roaring orange fire, thick black smoke billowing toward the warehouse ceiling. The second surviving bodyguard screamed as the fire spread to his cover, abandoning his rifle and sprinting toward the exit to escape the blaze. Voss swore loudly, forced backward up the second-floor stairs to avoid the advancing inferno, the sniper rifle still trained on Lu Chen through the growing smoke cloud. The ammunition crates lining the walls began cooking off, random gunshots echoing through the warehouse as bullets overheated and discharged inside the fire. Lu Chen covered his mouth with his sleeve to filter the toxic smoke, advancing toward the stairwell through the narrow smoke-free gap between the flames and the far wall, intent on confronting Voss before the entire structure collapsed into burning rubble. Chapter 5, Duel in the Burning Offices. Thick black smoke choked the second-floor hallway as Lu Chen climbed the metal stairs, heat radiating off the warehouse walls behind him from the raging first-floor fire. Ceiling sprinklers triggered automatically, spraying cold water down onto the corridor, mixing with ash and gasoline fumes to create a sticky gray fog that blurred visibility to barely 3 meters ahead. All warehouse power short-circuited from the fire damage, fluorescent lights popping and shattering one by one, plunging the office wing into dim shadow broken only by orange firelight seeping up the stairwell behind Lu Chen. He discarded the nearly empty submachine gun, its magazine drained of ammunition during the fight with Voss's bodyguards, drawing both silenced pistols from his thigh holsters as he stepped onto the second-floor landing. The defector had retreated into his central command office at the end of the hallway, the heavy oak door slammed shut and locked from the inside. Muffled sounds of rapid typing echoed through the wood. Voss was rushing to wipe all digital records of Iron Fist's arms trafficking operation from his laptop hard drives before federal authorities arrived at the burning compound. Lu Chen approached the office door slowly, stepping around scattered office debris blown loose by the fire's heat waves, overturned metal desks, broken plastic water bottles, scattered printed shipment manifests. He pressed his ear flat against the door panel, listening to Voss's hurried movements inside, the clatter of a portable hard drive being disconnected from the computer tower. A faint metallic scrape hinted Voss had armed a secondary handgun, likely a high-caliber revolver he kept stored inside his desk drawer for close-quarters combat. Lu Chen pulled a small explosive breaching charge from his tactical backpack, a compact square of military-grade plastic explosive designed to blow open locked interior doors without collapsing surrounding walls. He stuck the charge to the door's lock frame, stepped back 3 paces, and pressed the remote trigger button in his palm. A sharp, contained blast shattered the lock mechanism, splinters of oak wood flying inward as the door swung open hard against the office interior wall. Lu Chen dove sideways behind a filing cabinet as a hail of revolver bullets erupted from inside the room, Voss firing blindly through the smoke cloud where he expected Lu Chen to stand. The bullets buried themselves in the metal cabinet inches above Lu Chen's skull, denting the steel surface deeply. Once Voss's revolver emptied its 6-round chamber, Lu Chen surged forward into the smoke-shrouded office, both pistols raised. Voss scrambled to reload the revolver at his desk, fumbling with loose ammunition cartridges as fire crept up the exterior office windows, melting plastic window frames and filling the room with toxic fumes. The laptop on the desk sat open, its screen displaying hundreds of encrypted shipping logs linking Iron Fist to dozens of regional criminal syndicates across 3 continents. "Drop the gun," Lu Chen ordered, his voice steady over the roar of the first-floor blaze below. "Surrender, and I'll hand you over to Federal Task Force agents when they arrive. You'll face international arms trafficking charges, not immediate execution." Voss let out a wild, bitter snarl, slamming the half-reloaded revolver onto the desk surface and reaching beneath the table for a concealed combat knife strapped to the leg of his office chair. "You think I'll rot in a maximum security prison for decades because you decided to play hero? I'd rather die here fighting you than surrender to the system that threw us away." He lunged forward across the desk in a single explosive motion, the steel blade glinting orange in the firelight as he slashed it toward Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chen twisted his torso sideways to dodge the strike, the knife's edge grazing his collarbone and slicing a shallow bleeding gash across his tactical shirt. Pain flared across his chest, but he ignored the injury, driving the butt of his left pistol hard into Voss's wrist to disarm him of the blade. The knife clattered to the wet office floor, skittering under the metal desk. The 2 men crashed together into the office bookshelf lining the far wall, leather-bound intelligence files and metal binders spilling onto the ground as they grappled hand-to-hand, years of shared combat training pitted against each other. Voss threw a powerful right hook toward Lu Chen's jaw. Lu Chen blocked the blow with his forearm, landing a sharp uppercut into Voss's ribs that sent the defector staggering backward, gasping for air. Voss recovered fast, launching a low kick toward Lu Chen's knee to cripple his mobility, but Lu Chen shifted his weight to absorb the impact, grabbing Voss's extended leg and twisting it hard. A sickening pop echoed through the smoky room as Voss's ankle joint dislocated, the defector screaming and collapsing to the floor in agony. Lu Chen stepped forward, pressing the barrel of one silenced pistol firmly against Voss's temple to hold him immobile, the other pistol aimed at his chest to prevent any sudden counterattacks. Outside the office windows, distant wailing sirens grew louder by the second. Fire department trucks and federal law enforcement vehicles speeding toward the burning warehouse compound, responding to the massive fire, and multiple civilian emergency calls reporting gunshots on the industrial waterfront. "It's over," Lu Chen said flatly, staring down at the man who had once been his closest combat partner. "The arms cache is destroyed. The hostages escaped with full evidence of your operation. No more trafficking, no more killing innocent people for profit." Voss's face twisted with rage and pain, his dislocated ankle twisted awkwardly beneath his body. "You don't understand how the world works. The military, the government, the rich city elites, they all traffic weapons to fuel wars and crime, they just hide it behind legal paperwork. I only cut out the middleman." "That does not make your crimes justified," Lu Chen replied. "You chose to sell death to civilians. There are consequences for that choice." He retrieved a roll of heavy-duty military zip ties from his backpack, binding Voss's wrists and ankles tightly together to prevent him from escaping once law enforcement entered the building. The fire was spreading upward fast now, flames licking the bottom edge of the office windows, smoke thickening to the point where visibility dropped to less than a meter. Lu Chen grabbed the open laptop from the desk, shoving it into his tactical pack to preserve all digital evidence of Iron Fist's trafficking network before the hardware melted in the blaze. Sirens screamed directly outside the warehouse compound as he dragged Voss toward the shattered office doorway, half carrying the injured defector down the smoke-filled hallway toward the main ground floor entrance, far from the roaring fire consuming the back storage halls. When they reached the front loading bay doors, Lu Chen pushed the metal panels open wide to reveal dozens of fire trucks, Federal Task Force SWAT vehicles, and uniformed police officers flooding the perimeter, weapons raised and pointed toward the warehouse entrance. A lead federal agent stepped forward, tactical vest emblazoned with anti-trafficking task force insignia, eyes widening when he spotted Voss bound on the concrete loading dock beside Lu Chen. "We received an anonymous tip from a civilian witness detailing Iron Fist's operations here, plus full shipment documentation and digital evidence on the way," the agent called out, lowering his rifle and gesturing for two SWAT officers to take custody of Voss. "We've already dispatched units to intercept every pending arms shipment linked to this warehouse's logs." Lu Chen nodded once, sliding the laptop full of encrypted trafficking records off his shoulder and handing it to the agent. "All evidence of the supply chain is stored on this device. The civilian witnesses who provided the initial files are en route to federal headquarters downtown to give full statements." The agent studied Lu Chen's camouflage-streaked face, the fresh bleeding cuts across his cheek and collarbone, the military tactical gear covering his frame. "Who are you?" "Our intelligence reports state Raven Squadron was fully decommissioned 6 years ago, all operatives reassigned or discharged." Lu Chen did not answer the question, stepping back away from the task force officers as they secured Voss and began coordinating fire department crews to contain the warehouse blaze. He had no official authorization to operate on domestic soil, no legal paperwork to explain his infiltration of the mercenary compound, no desire to re-engage with government intelligence agencies after walking away from Raven 6 years prior. Once Voss was in custody and the arms supply chain dismantled, his mission was complete. He could disappear back into civilian life without leaving a paper trail linking him to the raid. Before the agent could press for further identification, Lu Chen slipped into the crowd of emergency responders gathered along the warehouse perimeter, blending into the chaos of firefighters and law enforcement officers to slip away unseen into the overgrown industrial brush lining the highway. He walked 3 miles north to a public transit station, discarding all branded tactical gear into a locked public waste incinerator to erase evidence of his involvement, boarding a late commuter train bound for downtown Newport City as sunset painted the ocean sky deep shades of red and purple. Chapter 20, Midnight Factory Breach, the Third Cell's Fortress. The subway train's final northbound car emptied out at the Industrial District station at 00:15, only Lu Chen and Suwan stepping onto the empty concrete platform, all commuter traffic long since vanished for the night. They exited the station's back service stairwell to avoid stationary security cameras mounted at the main front entrance, walking single file through overgrown gravel lots lined with rusted abandoned factory machinery, heading straight for Elias's steel plant compound 2 blocks west. Thick gray cloud cover blotted out all moonlight, leaving the industrial zone swallowed in total darkness save for the harsh sweeping white spotlights mounted atop Elias's 6 watchtowers, rotating non-stop across the razor wire perimeter fence. Lu Chen pulled his night vision goggles down over his eyes, scanning every inch of the fence line to confirm the western drainage culvert blind spot they'd mapped during daytime reconnaissance, the 90-second shift change window set to open precisely at 00:47, identical timing to Rayner's compound patrol rotations months prior. They crouched low behind a pile of discarded steel I-beams 50 meters from the western fence, counting down the minutes silently on Suwan's digital tactical watch. The 4-man perimeter patrol squad marched past the culvert entrance exactly on schedule, their heavy combat boots crunching gravel as they completed their 2-hour rotation, the replacement squad rounding the far eastern fence corner to meet them for handover reports. "Blind spot open," Suwan whispered, her breath fogging the cold night air. Lu Chen nodded, pushing himself forward in a low sprint through the mud, Suwan hot on his heels. They dropped flat to the ground beneath the loose bottom strand of razor wire, wriggling under the metal barrier without scraping the sharp blades against their tactical gear, then scrambled toward the half-buried concrete drainage culvert mouth sunk into the muddy embankment beneath the fence line. He pulled his lockpick set free, twisting the rusted industrial bolt lock on the culvert's metal grate open in 3 quick movements, swinging the barrier aside to reveal the narrow dark tunnel leading into the factory's underground basement arms storage level. Suwan crawled inside the damp pipe first, Lu Chen sliding the metal grate loosely back into place behind them to mask their breach point from passing patrols, then following her into the narrow mold-lined tunnel on hands and knees. The culvert stretched 60 meters underground, stagnant rainwater pooling along the concrete bottom, the air thick with industrial rust and chemical waste fumes leaking from the factory's abandoned manufacturing equipment above ground. They moved forward slow and silent, night vision goggles cutting through the pitch-black passage to avoid splashing standing water that could create echoing noise traveling upward to the basement levels above. 10 minutes after entering the tunnel, they reached the inner metal grate blocking the exit into the factory's underground arms storage basement. Lu picked the lock once more, pushing the grate open a crack to listen for movement inside the wide concrete bunker. 4 armed third cell mercenaries loitered beside towering stacks of uncrated automatic rifles, handguns, and grenade launchers, drinking bottled beer and loading ammunition magazines for the Dawn Gang shipment, completely oblivious to the intruders hidden beneath their feet. Lu Chen slid the grate fully open, stepping out into the basement in one fluid silent motion, Suwan following close at his back. The 4 mercenaries stood clustered around a metal workbench, their backs fully turned to the tunnel entrance, their assault rifles slung loosely over their shoulders as they laughed and traded crude jokes about the upcoming arms delivery. Lu Chen pulled 2 silent tranquilizer dart pistols from his tactical vest, firing 1 dart at each of the 2 closest sentries simultaneously. Both men collapsed to the concrete floor unconscious within 3 seconds, never making a single sound to alert their remaining 2 squad mates. The last 2 mercenaries spun around at the faint soft thud of their falling allies, grabbing their rifles and raising them to fire, but Lu charged forward in 2 long strides, striking the first man's wrist to knock his weapon free before driving an elbow hard into his temple, while Suwon used a low sweeping leg takedown to trip the second sentry, slamming the hilt of her compact pistol into the base of his skull to render him instantly immobile. They dragged all four unconscious mercenaries behind a towering stack of rifle crates, covering their bodies with a heavy discarded plastic shipping tarp to hide them from any basement patrols that might wander down from the factory's ground floor loading bays later. "Basement arms stockpile fully secured," Suwon murmured, scanning the endless rows of unshipped firearms lining every wall of the bunker. "This single basement holds enough weapons to arm every street gang in Newport 3 times over. Once we seize Elias's top-floor blackmail files, we plant timed incendiary charges on every weapons crate to burn the entire stockpile before the dawn shipment trucks arrive." Lu Chen gestured toward a narrow metal industrial staircase bolted to the far concrete basement wall, leading upward to the factory's ground floor manufacturing hall. "We move upward floor by floor, clear each level of patrolling third cell troops before advancing to the next. Elias's private fourth-floor office is our primary target once all lower-level guards are neutralized." They climbed the metal staircase one step at a time, rubber tactical boots muffling their footsteps against the hollow metal treads, pausing halfway up to listen for movement on the ground floor above. Dozens of mercenary voices echoed down the stairwell, shouting shipment logistics orders and hauling heavy wooden arms crates onto flatbed transport trucks parked in the factory's main loading bay. The entire ground floor was flooded with rotating four-man patrol squads, too many to neutralize all at once without triggering a city-wide security alert. Lu Chen scanned the ground floor layout through a thin metal ventilation grate set into the stairwell wall, spotting a narrow unmarked service maintenance corridor running parallel to the crowded loading bay hallways, a hidden passage only factory utility staff knew existed, completely unmonitored by surveillance cameras mounted across the main manufacturing floor. "We take the service corridor to circle around the patrol squads," he ordered, gesturing Suwon to follow him up the remaining stair treads to the ground floor landing. "Stick tight to the shadowed pipe rack lining the corridor walls, avoid any stray utility workers still lingering overnight to prep shipment crates." They slipped out of the stairwell onto the ground floor, darting straight into the narrow maintenance passage before any patrolling mercenary could spot their black tactical gear against the concrete factory walls. The service corridor wound through the factory's internal mechanical pipe network, dim flickering emergency lights casting thin streaks of pale yellow across rusted metal piping and discarded industrial toolboxes stacked along the floor. Muffled shouted orders from the loading bay echoed through the thin plaster dividing walls, third cell supervisors barking shipment deadlines to their subordinate mercenary crews, unaware the two intruders were slipping through the factory's hidden backbone mere meters away from their position. Lu Chen and Suwon moved forward at a steady silent jog, navigating 3 interconnected service corridors until they reached a separate metal staircase marked upper floor staff only, leading upward to the factory's second and third floor administrative wings, far less heavily patrolled than the ground floor loading zone. The second floor held empty abandoned factory office cubicles, only 2 stationary mercenary sentries posted at the central hallway intersection to guard the stairwell leading upward to the third floor storage wing. Lu tossed a small flashbang distraction grenade around the far hallway corner, the blinding white blast disorienting both sentries long enough for him to close the distance and deliver rapid non-lethal takedowns, dragging their unconscious bodies into an empty cubicle and locking the metal office door shut to hide them from passing patrols. The third floor served as a temporary mercenary barracks, dozens of cots lined up along the concrete walls, half the third cell's off-duty troops asleep or playing card games in the dim fluorescent light. Lu and Su slipped through the barracks wing along the shadowed outer wall, careful to avoid stepping on loose metal tool parts scattered across the floor that could clatter and wake the resting mercenaries, reaching the final narrow metal stairwell leading straight up to Elias's private fourth-floor executive office without triggering a single alarm or alerting a single sleeping troop. They reached the fourth-floor landing at 1:32, a single heavy oak office door blocking access to Elias's private suite. Two elite armed bodyguards posted outside the doorway with high-powered sniper rifles slung across their chests. Elias's personal top-tier security detail, far more skilled and alert than the standard basement and ground floor patrol mercenaries. Lou pulled a thermal vision mini scanner from his vest pocket, holding it up to the oak office door to read heat signatures inside the suite. Only one large stationary orange heat blip sat behind the desk inside the office. Elias Varden himself, awake late into the night sorting stacks of blackmail files and digital hard drives filled with corrupt official bribery records, completely unaware intruders had breached every layer of his factory fortress and reached the doorstep of his private headquarters. Two elite guards outside the door, Elias alone inside the suite, Lou whispered, nodding toward the two stationary sentries leaning against the hallway wall. "I'll neutralize the bodyguards with a dual flashbang burst. You slip into the office the second their vision and hearing are disoriented, locate the locked steel safe holding the blackmail hard drives and shipment logs, and lift Elias's palm print for the safe biometric scanner while I hold the hallway clear of incoming patrol reinforcements." Suwon nodded, gripping her silicone palm print lifting kit tight in her waist pouch, ready to move the second the distraction blast detonated. Lou pulled two synchronized flashbang grenades from his tactical harness, removing both safety pins at once and tossing them side by side down the hallway toward the two elite bodyguards. Dual simultaneous blinding white light and deafening shock waves erupted at the end of the hallway, the two elite sentries screaming and stumbling backward, their sniper rifles slipping from their grip as they covered their burning eyes and ringing ears in blind disorientation. Lou surged forward in 3 rapid strides, striking each guard's wrist to knock their secondary sidearms free before delivering precision elbow blows to their temple joints, dropping both elite bodyguards unconscious to the carpeted fourth-floor hallway within 5 seconds flat. He dragged their limp bodies into an empty storage closet beside the office door, sliding a heavy metal filing cabinet in front of the closet door to block any accidental discovery by incoming patrol squads, then tapped 2 silent knocks against the oak office door, the pre-arranged signal for Suwon to advance inside the executive suite. Suwon pushed the oak door open slow enough to avoid hinge creaks, slipping silently into Elias's sprawling private office while Lou stood guard in the hallway, pistol drawn and ready to intercept any third cell reinforcements rushing upward from the lower floors after discovering the neutralized patrol squads scattered across the factory's lower levels. The executive office spanned the entire width of the factory's 4th floor, floor-to-ceiling tinted windows overlooking the dark northern industrial district skyline, a massive walnut executive desk bolted to the center of the room stacked high with paper blackmail files, encrypted portable hard drives, satellite communication radios, and framed old military photographs of Elias alongside Voss and Lu Chen from their Raven Squadron combat years 6 years prior. A thick reinforced steel safe stood bolted to the wall behind the desk, fitted with a 6-digit coded keypad and biometric palm scanner where Elias stored his master copies of every corrupt official blackmail file and Iron Fist global trafficking ledger. Elias Varden sat slouched in a leather office chair behind the desk, a half-empty glass of dark whiskey beside his paperwork stack, his scarred left cheek catching the faint glow of his desk lamp as he sorted digital hard drives into labeled metal storage boxes. He did not look up at the faint soft click of the office door closing shut behind Suwon, fully absorbed in organizing his evidence files to ship offshore before federal authorities could trace his factory operation. "All the Dawn shipment trucks are preloaded downstairs," Elias muttered to himself, tapping a coded satellite phone on his desk. "Once the rifles hit the street gangs, the city will burn, and the federal task force will be too busy chasing civilian violence to dig up my bribed officials." Suwon stepped forward slow and silent across the wool office carpet, her rubber tactical boots muffled against the thick fabric floor covering, the silicone palm print molding kit ready in her gloved hand. She needed only one clear unobscured palm impression from Elias's resting hand on the desk tablet beside his whiskey glass to unlock the wall-mounted steel safe and seize every last piece of evidence tying him to the entire Iron Fist transnational smuggling network. Chapter 21, Final Confrontation with Elias Varden. Elias finally lifted his head from sorting hard drives, his cold grey eyes locking onto Suwon standing 10 feet from his desk, a flicker of calm recognition crossing his scarred face before any trace of shock or fear surfaced. He did not reach for the loaded hunting pistol resting beside his whiskey glass on the walnut desktop, merely leaning back in his leather office chair and steepling his fingers beneath his chin, studying her with the calculating cold gaze of a former military strategist who had planned every possible contingency for years. "I knew you two would come back to Newport eventually," Elias said, his voice low, smooth, and devoid of panic. "I tracked every step of your overseas operation in Haven's Reach through my mole embedded inside the Federal Task Force headquarters. I watched you burn Rayner's cash vault, seize his yacht gold reserve, lock Voss in federal detention. You've spent months cutting off my disposable regional pawns, thinking you'd broken Iron Fist's power structure entirely." Suwon's hand hovered near the palm print kit tucked inside her waist pouch, her eyes sharp and steady as she stared the mastermind down across the desk. "You built this entire trafficking ring using classified Raven Squadron military resources, falsified intelligence reports to send your own operatives into civilian villages to seize weapons stockpiles, then funneled those firearms to gangs and terrorists worldwide for profit. You bribed hundreds of politicians, police captains, and federal officials to shield your operation from oversight, using blackmail files to silence anyone who dared investigate your crimes." Elias let out a dry, bitter laugh, gesturing around his sprawling fourth-floor office lined with stacked blackmail paperwork and encrypted hard drives. "The military threw us all away once our combat missions were finished. No pensions, no mental health support, no recognition for the blood we spilled fighting their endless proxy wars. I built Iron Fist to take power away from the corrupt government elites who treat soldiers like disposable cannon fodder. I sell weapons to anyone who can pay cartels, rebel militias, street gangs because the world's rulers already arm their own armies to kill innocent people every single day. I merely cut out the bureaucratic middleman. Your excuse does not erase the thousands of civilian deaths your firearms have caused across 3 continents, Suwon shot back, stepping one pace closer to the desk, positioning herself to grab the silicone mold and lift his palm print at the first available opening. Village children caught in crossfire, ordinary city residents caught in gang shootouts, unarmed civilians targeted by insurgents armed with your military-grade rifles. You trade human lives for untraceable offshore gold and bribe money, and you will answer for every single death in a federal international court." Elias's expression hardened, his gaze flicking past Suwon toward the closed oak office doorway, where Lu Chen stood guard in the hallway. "Raven One's out there in the corridor, isn't he?" Lu Chen, the soldier who ran away from the military after the Central Asian village raid 6 years ago. He's carried that guilt like a chain around his neck ever since, desperate to play hero and atone for the innocent villagers killed under my falsified mission intel." He reached one hand slowly toward the tablet resting beside his whiskey glass, his palm hovering over the screen's smooth glass surface where Suwon planned to lift his biometric print. "I sent him into that village knowing insurgents hid their weapons stockpile within civilian housing. I wanted the arms cache for my own smuggling network, and I didn't care how many unarmed men, women, and children died to secure those crates of firearms. Lu Chen blames himself for every casualty of that raid, but every drop of blood spilled that day was on my orders alone. A low, heavy footstep echoed from the hallway outside the office door. Lu Chen stepping forward to press his shoulder against the oakwood partition, his voice deep and sharp cutting through the office's tense silence. "Your manipulation ends tonight, Elias." Elias's eyes shifted to the door, a faint, cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he grabbed the hunting pistol from the desk edge and lifted it level, barrel pointed straight at Suwan's chest as a human shield to block Lu Chen's entry into the office. "One wrong move from you in the hallway, and she dies before you can kick this door down," Elias warned, tightening his grip on the pistol's trigger grip. "I've spent 6 years preparing for your arrival, Raven 1. Every patrol trooper scattered across this factory's lower floors carries orders to storm this 4th-floor office the second they spot your silhouette on any surveillance camera feed. You've neutralized dozens of my sentries, but dozens more are still mobilizing upward from the basement and ground floors as we speak. You're trapped inside this wing with no viable evacuation route once they surround the stairwells." Suwan kept her body rigid, refusing to flinch away from the loaded pistol barrel inches from her sternum, her mind racing to calculate an opening to disarm Elias and lift his palm print for the wall safe before the third cell reinforcements arrived to trap them both inside the office suite. "You've already lost," Suwan replied firmly, her voice steady despite the lethal threat pressed against her chest. "We uploaded every vault ledger, yacht trafficking log, offshore bribe record, and cartel client manifest to secure federal servers on the remote island safe house before returning to Newport. Even if you kill us both tonight, the full mountain of evidence against your Iron Fist network is already in federal task force hands. Every corrupt official you blackmailed will face criminal prosecution, every arms shipment route you built will be permanently shut down, every mercenary cell you deployed across the globe will be hunted and arrested by international law enforcement." Elias's smirk faded, rage flickering across his scarred face at the realization his years of hidden financial trails had already been fully documented and secured beyond his ability to erase or destroy the evidence. He slammed his free fist hard against the walnut desk, sending stacks of blackmail paper files sliding across the wood surface to scatter onto the carpeted office floor. "Then I take you two down with me before federal agents break through my factory gates," he snarled, shifting the pistol's barrel slightly upward to aim at Suwan's throat. "I planted a series of timed industrial explosive charges across every floor of this manufacturing plant, wired to detonate if I press a single button on my desk satellite radio. The blast will level this entire 4-story factory, burn every arms crate in the basement stockpile, and bury you two beneath thousands of tons of concrete and steel rubble before dawn's shipment trucks even reach the loading bays." Lu Chen's shoulder slammed hard against the oak office door, the wood frame splintering around the lock as he prepared to force his way into the suite to break Elias's hostage hold on Suwan. Before he could kick the door fully open, Suwan seized the split-second distraction of Elias's rage to launch a sudden countermove. She slammed her open palm hard against Elias's wrist holding the pistol, twisting his arm upward to angle the gun's barrel toward the office's ceiling instead of her torso. The pistol fired one wild deafening shot into the drywall ceiling, plaster and metal wiring showering down across the desk as Elias roared in shock and pain, his grip loosening on the firearm. Suwan snatched the hunting pistol out of his loosened grasp, sliding it across the carpeted floor beneath the desk out of his reach, while simultaneously slamming the silicone palm print molding kit against his exposed palm resting flat on the desk tablet screen. The soft silicone compound sank into every ridge and crease of Elias's palm print in a single heartbeat. Suwan peeled the complete biometric mold free and tucked it securely into her waist pouch before Elias could yank his hand away from the tablet surface. Elias recovered from the disarmament shock instantly, surging forward across the desk to tackle Suwan to the carpeted office floor, his massive frame pinning her arms beneath his knees as he reached blindly for the desk satellite radio wired to trigger the factory-wide demolition explosives. Lu Chen kicked the splintered oak office door fully off its hinges in one brutal powerful kick, charging across the office carpet in 2 long strides to tackle Elias off Suwon's body before the mastermind could press the detonation button on the radio control panel. A brutal hand-to-hand brawl erupted across the 4th-floor office carpet, years of unresolved military betrayal and buried combat trauma fueling every blow exchanged between Lu Chen and Elias. Elias relied on his decades of strategic hand-to-hand combat training honed during decades of Black Ops military service, throwing heavy crushing punches toward Lu Chen's still bandaged collarbone wound to cripple his mobility, while Lu countered with tight, precise Raven Squadron takedown strikes designed to disable joints and neutralize opponents without wasting lethal rounds of ammunition inside the enclosed office suite. Elias landed a brutal elbow strike square against Lu Chen's reopened collarbone gash, fresh warm blood seeping rapidly through the soaked medical bandage beneath his tactical vest, blinding white-hot pain shooting down Lu Chen's left arm and temporarily numbing his grip strength. The split second of weakness gave Elias the opening to roll Lu Chen onto his back, his hands clamping tight around Lu Chen's throat to cut off his airflow, squeezing harder and harder to choke him unconscious before the incoming third cell reinforcements reached the 4th-floor hallway. Suwon scrambled back to her feet from the carpeted floor, grabbing the fallen hunting pistol from beneath the walnut desk and raising the barrel level with Elias's skull, her voice sharp and unyielding as she shouted a warning over the sound of their brutal grappling. "Release him now, or I shoot you through the temple." Elias refused to loosen his choking grip on Lu Chen's throat, a wild, unhinged fury twisting his scarred face as he locked eyes with Suwon over Lu Chen's gasping, blood-streaked face. "Pull the trigger. Killing me won't erase the Iron Fist network I built over 6 years. My offshore reserve gold and secondary hidden splinter cells will rebuild the arms trafficking ring within a year, flooding every city on the continent with military firearms all over again." Lu Chen summoned every last ounce of strength remaining in his pain-numbed left arm, driving a sharp rigid fist strike straight into Elias's dislocated old combat shoulder scar, the same joint injury Voss had sustained years prior during their desert combat missions together. A sickening loud pop echoed through the office as Elias's shoulder joint fully dislocated beneath Lu Chen's knuckles, the trafficker screaming in searing agony and instantly releasing his choking grip on Lu Chen's throat to clutch his mangled limp arm against his chest. Lu Chen rolled Elias onto his stomach against the carpet, yanking a roll of heavy military zip ties from his tactical vest pocket to bind his wrists and ankles tight behind his back, rendering the mastermind completely immobile and helpless to reach the demolition detonation radio panel on his desk ever again. Suwon lowered the hunting pistol, stepping over to the wall-mounted steel safe behind Elias's desk and pulling the silicone palm print biometric mold from her waist pouch to unlock the dual lock system securing the blackmail master files inside the vault. She pressed the silicone palm mold flush against the safe's glass biometric scanner, inputting the 6-digit coded bribe transaction sequence she'd decoded months prior from Rayner's offshore wire transfer logs, and the massive steel safe door slid sideways open with a low hydraulic hiss, revealing rows upon rows of encrypted portable hard drives, printed blackmail file folders, and physical bribe receipts stored inside the secure wall bunker. Suwon pulled 5 blank encrypted USB drives from her waist pouch, plugging each one into the safe's internal data transfer port to copy every master trafficking ledger and corrupt official blackmail record onto the portable storage devices for federal prosecution evidence. Lu Chen knelt beside the bound, screaming Elias on the office carpet, pressing the barrel of his suppressed pistol lightly against the back of the trafficker's skull to hold him immobilized while Suwon finished copying the safe's critical digital evidence. "The factory demolition explosive radio control panel is disabled," Lu Chen said flatly, Nodding toward the satellite radio on the walnut desk he'd kicked across the carpet during their grappling brawl. Your Don Arms shipment trucks will be intercepted by federal road blockades the second they pull out of the factory loading bays. Every underground arms stockpile you've hidden across Newport's industrial districts has been flagged by the evidence we uploaded to federal servers on the remote island safe house. There is no backup network, no offshore reserve gold to rebuild Iron Fist's smuggling empire once you're extradited to face international arms trafficking, mass conspiracy, and accessory to murder charges in federal court. Elias spat blood onto the carpet beside his bound hands, his voice raw with unbridled rage and defeat. You think this victory means anything? The military's endless wars will keep creating new demand for black market weapons. New traffickers will step into my place the second I'm locked away in prison for life. You'll spend the rest of your life chasing one arms ring after another, never able to fully erase the cycle of violence the world's governments created to begin with. Lu Chen's gaze hardened, the memory of the destroyed Central Asian civilian village 6 years prior flashing through his mind, the guilt he'd carried alone for years finally beginning to lift from his chest now that the man responsible for that catastrophic botched raid lay bound and defeated at his feet. I will keep fighting to cut off every arms trafficking network that preys on innocent civilians, Lu Chen replied firmly. I spent 6 years hiding from the bloodshed, convinced I could run away from the cost of military corruption. But I've learned running solves nothing. We destroy every ring, expose every corrupt official, and give every victim of your illegal firearms a chance at a life free of unregulated gun violence. That is the atonement I've spent 6 years searching for. Suwon closed the steel safe door once the final USB drive finished copying all blackmail data, tucking all 5 encrypted storage drives securely into her waterproof neck pouch alongside the original evidence they'd seized from Haven's Reach and the Iron Tide yacht months prior. She crossed back across the office carpet to stand beside Lu Chen, staring down at the defeated bound mastermind who had built the entire Iron Fist transnational trafficking empire from the shadows of classified military black ops programs. All critical evidence secured, Suwon reported, glancing at Lu Chen's blood-soaked bandaged collarbone wound. We plant timed incendiary charges on the basement arms stockpile to destroy the unshipped Don shipment firearms, then evacuate through the eastern underground tunnel network to the abandoned train yard pre-arranged extraction point before federal SWAT teams arrive to take Elias into custody. Lu Chen nodded, hauling the bound Elias to his feet by the back of his tactical shirt to drag him toward the 4th-floor office hallway stairwell, the sound of dozens of remaining third-cell mercenary boots thundering upward from the factory's lower floors growing louder by the second as the remaining patrol squads mobilized to storm the top-floor wing. Their narrow evacuation window to escape the surrounded factory compound was rapidly closing, and the massive basement arms stockpile still waited to be burned before the Don gang shipment trucks rolled out of the loading bays. Chapter 22, Factory Fire and Final Evacuation. They dragged the bound Elias down the 4th-floor metal stairwell single file, Suwon leading the way to clear the landing of any stray patrolling mercenaries while Lu Chen kept a firm grip on the trafficker's zip-tied arms to prevent him from attempting a desperate escape mid-descent. The sound of hundreds of heavy boots echoed upward from the ground floor loading bay, every remaining third-cell trooper mobilized to sweep the upper factory floors in search of the intruders who had neutralized their entire upper-level security detail. They reached the 3rd-floor barracks wing undetected, slipping through the empty outer service corridor to avoid the dozens of sleeping mercenaries still passed out on cots inside the main barracks room, then descended the 2nd-floor administrative stairwell landing, pausing to hide behind a stack of abandoned metal filing cabinets as a 4-man patrol squad sprinted past the hallway intersection toward the 4th-floor stairwell they just vacated minutes prior. Once the patrol squad vanished up the metal stairs, Lu Chen and Suwon continued downward to the ground floor manufacturing hall, sticking to the narrow hidden maintenance service corridor they'd used to sneak past the loading bay patrols hours earlier, avoiding the crowded main factory floor where dozens of armed mercenaries scrambled to load arms crates onto Dawn shipment flatbed trucks. They reached the basement arms storage bunker 10 minutes later, the 4 unconscious basement sentries still hidden beneath the plastic shipping tarp beside the towering stacks of uncrated military-grade firearms. Lou retrieved 4 compact timed incendiary explosive charges from his tactical vest harness, programming each with a 2-hour delay timer before sticking the magnetic adhesive backing to every 10th stack of rifle crates lining the bunker walls. Once the charges detonated, the entire basement arms stockpile would burn to molten scrap metal, eliminating the Dawn gang shipment entirely before the transport trucks could exit the factory's loading bays. Suwon stood guard over the bound Elias beside the basement's drainage culvert tunnel entrance while Lou finished securing the final explosive charge on the largest central stack of automatic rifles, the trafficker muttering continuous bitter curses and threats of future retaliation against them both beneath his breath as he strained uselessly against his tight zip-tied restraints. Once the federal task force takes you into custody, every offshore shell company, bribe account, and blackmail file we seized will be used to lock you away in maximum security international prison for the rest of your natural life, Suwon said coolly, ignoring his empty threats. You will never have the opportunity to rebuild another arms trafficking ring to harm innocent civilians again. Lou finished arming all timed incendiary charges, slinging Elias's bound torso over one shoulder to haul him toward the drainage culvert tunnel exit they'd used to breach the factory compound hours earlier. We evacuate through the western culvert back out into the industrial district's overgrown gravel lots, then circle 2 miles east to the abandoned train yard extraction point to wait for federal task force vehicles to arrive and take Elias into formal custody. The underground Eastern Tunnel network is already swarmed with mobilized 3rd Cell patrol squads. Our original alternate evacuation route is fully compromised. They crawled back through the narrow damp drainage culvert tunnel single file, Elias slung over Lu Chen's shoulder as they navigated the tight mold-lined passage, Suwon clearing the path ahead to ensure no stray mercenary sentries had repositioned patrols near the outer fence culvert entrance during their hours inside the factory compound. Once they reached the tunnel's outer metal grate exit beneath the razor wire perimeter fence, Lou picked the loose bolt lock open and slipped out into the muddy embankment outside the factory walls, Suwon following close behind him into the overgrown industrial gravel lots lined with discarded steel manufacturing debris. They broke into a low fast jog north through the abandoned factory scrap yards, keeping low behind towering piles of rusted metal I-beams to avoid detection by the factory's watchtower spotlights sweeping the surrounding industrial district perimeter every 90 seconds. Behind them, dozens of 3rd Cell mercenary patrol squads spilled out of the factory's main vehicle loading bays, spreading out across the southern industrial lots to search for the intruders who had breached their fortress compound, their shouted search orders echoing across the empty nighttime factory district. After 30 minutes of steady low-profile travel through the overgrown scrap lots, they reached the abandoned overgrown train yard pre-arranged as their extraction rendezvous point. Dozens of rusted derelict freight train cars lined up along overgrown weed-choked rail tracks, a tall concrete signal tower standing at the yard's northern edge to mark the location for incoming federal task force unmarked vehicles. Lou set the bound Elias down gently against the concrete base of the signal tower, binding his zip-tied ankles to a thick rusted metal rail spike driven into the ground to prevent any last-minute escape attempts while they waited for federal law enforcement to arrive. Suwon sank down onto a weathered metal train bench beside Lu Chen, pulling the 5 encrypted USB drives full of Elias's blackmail and trafficking master files out of her waterproof neck pouch to double-check all data storage devices remained intact and undamaged after. Chapter 22, Factory Fire and Final Evacuation continued. Suwon sank down onto a weathered metal train bench beside Lu Chen, pulling the 5 encrypted USB drives full of Elias's blackmail and trafficking master files out of her waterproof neck pouch to double-check all data storage devices remained intact and undamaged after the brutal office brawl and basement arms stockpile sweep. Every digital copy of offshore bribe logs, gang shipment manifests, political blackmail footage, and Iron Fist global supply chain records sat safely sealed within the waterproof casing, unmarred by mud, blood, or factory fire smoke. All evidence is fully preserved, she murmured, fanning the small drives out across her gloved palm. Once federal agents take possession of these, every corrupt official shielding Iron Fist's operations will face grand jury indictments. The entire network of bribed port inspectors, city police captains, and federal moles collapses overnight. Lu Chen leaned against the concrete signal tower, shifting his weight to ease the burning throbbing radiating from his split collarbone wound. The bandage was soaked dark red, fresh blood seeping through the layered gauze to stain his black tactical undershirt beneath the vest. He peeled the loose dressing back slightly to examine the laceration, the cut stretched wider than before, raw flesh exposed where Elias's elbow had slammed into the old warehouse scar. Suwon noticed the blood seepage instantly, rummaging through her waist pouch to retrieve a spare roll of medical gauze and antiseptic wipes salvaged from the island bunker's medical station. She knelt before him without hesitation, carefully unwrapping the saturated bandage to clean the wound again, her movements gentle even as the disinfectant stung the open skin. "You pushed this injury far past its limit tonight," she said quietly as she layered fresh sterile gauze over the gash and taped it tight. "If we'd lingered 5 more minutes in that 4th-floor office, you could have lost full mobility in your left arm mid-escape." Lu Chen's gaze drifted to Elias, bound and slumped against the metal rail spike 10 feet away, the mastermind's scarred face twisted into a permanent mask of bitter defeat. "I couldn't let him detonate those factory explosives. Hundreds of innocent factory workers live in the low-rise residential blocks half a mile south of this industrial zone. A blast of that scale would have leveled entire apartment buildings." A distant low rumble cut through the night air, followed by a towering orange fireball blooming over the northern factory skyline. The 2-hour incendiary charges planted in the basement arms bunker had triggered right on schedule. Thick black smoke billowed thousands of feet upward, blotting out the faint starlight above Newport's industrial district, and the faint crackle of thousands of overheated firearms cooking off echoed across the empty train yard. Elias's head snapped upward at the sight of the towering fire, a broken, hollow laugh rattling out of his throat. Every crate of rifles, every grenade launcher, every handgun I stockpiled for the street gangs all turned to molten scrap. 6 years of smuggling work, erased in a single controlled blaze. Your work fed bloodshed across continents, Suwon shot back, folding the leftover medical supplies and tucking them back into her pouch. "This fire is only the first step of justice. Your bribe money, your blackmail files, your mercenary crews, your overseas supply hubs, all of it will be dismantled piece by piece using the evidence we recovered tonight." 30 minutes after the factory ignited, a convoy of 4 unmarked